of your concern who or what she is to me, I announced in a calm voice. I made my rules clear. I helped the Yakuza by working for you. You stay the fuck away from her. You went back on your word. His expression didn't change, but his complexion did. I didn't. I stood up, and he flinched, his two sidekicks drawing their weapons. But they weren't fast enough. I had one on the ground with a bullet in his head, and Hiroshi had his sword's blade against the other's neck. I hadn't even seen him leave my side. Try again, Itsuki. If you kill me, the Yakuza will come after you. Well, look who grew some balls. She'll end up dead anyhow. I fucking hated that he was right. It was too soon. My empire wasn't powerful enough to beat him. Yet. But I'd go down fighting. If only I could guarantee the Yakuza would keep me, and me alone, as their target. They'd go after my mother, my brother, even Reina and her family. Maybe. My voice betrayed none of my emotion. But so would you. And we all knew how much he wanted to live. My cousin was a coward that craved power, but never at the expense of his own blood, only those around him. Tension crowded his shoulders, and he looked at me like a trapped mouse, or more like a trapped snake, because that was my cousin, a backstabbing, power-hungry snake. The head of the Cortez family wants her. Finally, an ounce of truth. He's willing to offer exclusivity and drug supply for her. My jaw clenched. You will respectfully decline the offer and tell him she's no longer on the table. The contract has been drawn. I clenched my fists while fury boiled through my veins, searing me alive. You will end it. Silence stretched. His beady eyes studied me, and my lip curled. I could only guess the theories that ran through his mind, but there was one he'd never understand. Love. I could help you, he offered. The woman, for your loyalty. She's not mine to give. If I had anything to do with it, he'd never get anywhere close to her. But her father owes me, and her father paid his debt, I pointed out. Not the interest on interest. I scoffed. This greedy motherfucker. I bet he never even highlighted that requirement to Romero. Get the tattoo, and I'll ensure she's saved for you. Declined. I narrowed my eyes on him. And you will stay the fuck away from her if you don't want me fucking with your little empire. He knew I never made empty threats. You're pushing it, bitter Prince. I could so easily reach across the desk and choke the fucking life out of him. I knew dealing with my cousin would be a headache. I just never imagined how much of one. From tonight onward, you'll stay the fuck away from her. He blinked, probably hating my tone. You want to continue doing business with the Omerta and running your product into Europe and the States? You'll forget the Romero family exists. It wouldn't be hard to bring the discussion to the table. The Omerta aligned itself with the Yakuza hesitantly, and only because of me. It'd be easy to shatter that business relationship, and Itsuki couldn't afford to lose more business. He was scared. I could see it in his stiff body language. I could make an alliance with Sofia Volkov. That mad bitch was bad news for anyone. If he was stupid enough not to see it, let him make an alliance. He'd end up at the end of his life, either by her traitorous ass or by me. I adjusted my sleeves to stop myself from reaching out and strangling him. This is your final offer, Cousin, I warned. His eyes flicked to the dead body on the ground, then to where Hiroshi had his blade pressed against his guy's neck. Itsuki knew if we killed him, he'd be next. Fine. Everything, including this fucking idiot, would go according to plan, until I took over the Yakuza or burned it to the ground. Excellent. And your men are not to be in the same country as her, I said, without a flicker of emotion in my voice. Or you'll lose an ally here. He turned around, making his way to the exit, tripping over his incompetent bodyguard's lifeless body. Are you threatening me? Leaning back, I rested a forearm on the back of my chair and kept a bored expression. You or your men touch her, and yes, I'll fucking end you. The anger was strong enough. It burned in my throat, in my chest, and marred my vision with a red haze. But my expression betrayed nothing, and my pulse never wavered. Cancel that contract with the Brazilian cartel, or I'll burn your world to the ground. You gave me your word, he reminded me. I stared at him with indifference, while my chest twisted with aversion. He stole my empire, and he thought I gave two shits about my word. The joke was on him, though, because Itsuki was too dumb to realize I'd never given him my word that I wouldn't take back what belonged to me. I simply told him I'd be the Yakuza's second-in-command behind him, that I would work for him. Anything happens to her, and you can shove those words up your fucking ass. You will call Cortez and cancel whatever the fuck you got going on with him. I need 100 pounds of cocaine to move. You'll have it once you cancel the agreement with the Brazilians. I was starting to get tired of repeating myself. His gaze found mine, and he let out a sardonic breath, shaking his head. I knew exactly what I had done. I had revealed my weakness to him. But he didn't know that I knew plenty of his. Misogynistic, weak, impulsive, and he was dysfunctional on more than one level. We all knew there was no room for weakness in the underworld. But Reina? Fuck. The thought of anyone hurting her had unlocked a level of fear that I hadn't experienced since I was a little boy. Nobody, fucking nobody, had the right to scare her or touch her. Except me. I sat on my Ducati Panigale V4 SP2 bike in front of the Royal College of Arts and Music on the Quai d'Austerlitz. The Seine flowed through Paris, the heat of the summer less stifling here compared to the rest of the city. The bridges down the length of it only gave the city more character, although I couldn't say that I particularly loved it. I preferred Japan and Italy. In fact, I'd take any country in Southeast Asia over Paris, but that was just me. As I watched the river move slowly, consistently, it reminded me of life. I'd eventually lose Reina, some way, somehow, but I'd deal with that day when it came. Yet I couldn't deny a strange tightness gripping my chest at the thought. Maybe it was my guilty conscience. I was using her. It was wrong. I had no plans of stopping. After that brief taste of her in Venice, I knew we'd fit perfectly together, but we weren't meant to be. Eventually, I'd have to let her go. My illegitimate birth status put her out of my reach. Our families were incompatible. The pressure in my chest was getting to be too much, and I didn't know how to handle it. Growing up, it was about survival. Father's rage, mother's suffering. But when I was with Reina, my fucked up past faded away. For once, it felt like a good life, all because of her. A shuffle of voices dragged me out of my thoughts, and I found Raina's golden mane surrounded by 3 other girls. Her girlfriends, I guessed, but they didn't look like the friends I'd seen her with before. Suddenly, an alertness shot through me as I watched my cinnamon girl take a step back, bumping into a wall. She kept her face a calm mask, but something about the way she clutched her hands and fists had my anger boiling and sending warning flares. Fuck. I messaged Darius, one of the founders of Blackhawk SF Security, earlier, and told him I wouldn't need him to watch over Raina today. It seemed I'd need him to attend classes with her since she was getting harassed in school. I got off my bike and approached the girls huddled around Raina, boxing her in. She tried to keep her footing, but 3 against 1 was hardly a fair scenario. Each step I took toward her brought me closer to killing someone.
I don't give a shit what you want.
Raina's steady voice traveled through the air.
Get out of my fucking way and out of my face, or you'll see how crazy Americans can be.
That's my girl, I thought proudly. She didn't cower. Is there a problem here? I asked, towering behind the group and feeling everyone's eyes snap to me. Fucking bitches. They were older than Raina by a good 3 or 4 years. I couldn't stand bullies, and these 3 had to be taught a lesson. I certainly hope you're not harassing my girlfriend. Otherwise, I'll have to harass you and your family. And trust me. I took a step closer, and all 3 of the girls stumbled backward. You won't like it. Raina sidestepped them and came to my side. Her arm wrapped around my waist, and it was a good thing she was touching me, because for the first time in my life, I was actually considering beating a woman's ass for bullying my girl. One of them tried to look innocent, fluttering her eyelashes, but I met her smile with a cold, hard glare. I reveled in a sick sort of way when her smile slipped away and fear filled her eyes. One of them said, shaking like a leaf. Well, don't talk to my girlfriend anymore, I instructed coldly. In fact, don't even look at her. If I hear you so much as glanced her way or spoke her name, I will come after you. Understood? Every cell in my brain burned with rage, and I fought the need to give them back what they gave. It was Raina's touch that calmed me, her arm tight around my waist. I didn't fucking hear you. Good. Now get lost. They scurried away like the fucking chickens they were. I could almost hear squawks as they ran out of there.
Eamon, are you okay?
Raina's voice came through the fury buzzing in my ears. I nodded, and her arm tightened around my waist.
Really?
Yes. My darkness swirled around us, dimming her shining glow. Do they always harass you? She shook her head.
No, most of the time they stay away when my friends are around. They just got pissed off because our professor gave them a bad grade.
That's not your fucking fault. She shrugged.
I know, but I did better than them, and they didn't like that. Now calm down and smile. I can't handle your growling.
I let out a sardonic breath. Here's something.
A good something, right?
I smiled. Yes, a good something, Cinnamon Girl. She beamed at me, like I was her prince, her eyes shimmering like the Gulf of Trieste. I could drown in her gaze so easily if I wasn't careful.
What are you doing here anyhow?
I shook off the whispers of the past and the worries of the future, focusing instead on the present. It's time for our date. Her expression was equal parts intrigued and mystified as she watched me, adjusting her bag over her shoulder.
I haven't heard from you in 3 days. You could have given me a heads up.
She waved her hand over her body, and my dick stirred to life. She wore a light pink summer dress with shoulder straps, baring her long, slim legs for the world to see. Her pink ballet flats were the same shade as her dress. The girl had a serious fetish with pink.
I'm not exactly dressed for a date.
You look good. Her cheeks turned pink, matching her outfit, and I couldn't hold back a smile. It was easy, too easy, to make her blush. Are you up for a ride on my bike? She stared at me in shock, not moving. Raina? She gave her head a subtle shake.
Your smile.
I frowned at her odd remark.
You're beautiful when you smile.
She breathed, and something about her honesty stabbed me right in the heart. I handed her the pink helmet I picked up for her yesterday. Here, put this on. Securing her bag's straps over both her shoulders, she took the helmet from me, holding it awkwardly. Her eyes flitted my way, then back to it, as she reluctantly lifted it to her head.
I've never worn a helmet like this before,
she muttered as she put it on.
How many women have worn this thing exactly?
I reached over and helped her adjust it, then secured the straps under her chin. You're the first one, I said casually, while my heart beat at an unfamiliar speed. It seemed to happen frequently when she was around. She shaped her full lips into a silent O as she stared at me with those big blue eyes, saying nothing and everything at once. Get your head screwed on right, my brain hissed, or you'll fall for her and ruin it all. Too late, my heart taunted. It was supposed to be easy. I was meant to use her as the final nail in her father's coffin. Yet standing here, the world fading into the background, revenge didn't seem as important. The past seemed irrelevant, but she was and would always be important.
I like you, Eamon,
she whispered, holding my gaze.
A lot.
My chest ached, but in a good way. My heart sang, but only for her, and I wasn't even a singer, for Christ's sake. Come on, Cinnamon Girl, I said, my tone breezy, despite how I was burning up on the inside. Let me give you a ride. I winced the moment the crude suggestion left my mouth, but her carefree laugh was totally worth it.
I'd like nothing more, Eamon Leone. 29. Raina. Eamon held the door for me as we entered the ice cream shop on Rue de la Huchette.
Welcome to Amarino, the best place in town for ice cream.
I let my eyes wander over the cozy little shop. It smelled like homemade waffles, sweets, and chocolate. The interior was nice and clean, but ancient-looking. The red chairs and white tables gave it a vintage feel. The shop boasted a green-tiled floor, and the guy behind the counter wore a white hat. It looked like a scene from the movies my grandmother used to star in. I didn't take you for a guy with a sweet tooth, I remarked, glancing over my shoulder. He looked sharp, all 6 feet of him, clad in dark jeans and a white t-shirt that showed off his muscles. It made my heart flutter and my blood sing. Women gave him double takes, eyeing him hungrily. It didn't matter, though, because he was with me. I reached behind me, slipping my fingers in between his while he carried our helmets. How he managed to look cool with my small pink helmet hanging off his fingers, I had no idea. He stilled.
I'm not,
he answered, his fingers tightening around my own. It was such a simple gesture, yet it made me warm everywhere, even my face. So why ice cream?
Because you like it.
My heartbeat wavered before pumping faster. He warned me not to fall in love with him, but I feared it was too late. That 6-year-old girl might have fallen for the boy way back when, not realizing she'd never get her heart back. The truth was that I didn't want it back. I just wanted his in return. I raised my eyebrows, keeping my cool. Barely. I hope you're not going to watch me eat without getting some for yourself. He smiled again, and my heart fluttered in that familiar way that seemed to happen only around him.
I'll get a scoop, too.
What flavor?
Cinnamon.
I scoffed. I don't think there's cinnamon-flavored ice cream. Then I shook my head. What is it with you and cinnamon? He bent his head, his lips brushing against my earlobe.
I like it. It's my favorite flavor. Scent. Everything.
I pulled away to see his face. A smile pulled on his lips, and his eyes shone with stars I wanted all to myself.
And yes, there is cinnamon ice cream here.
He seemed sure, almost as if he'd been here before. Is this your go-to date spot or something? I asked, narrowing my eyes on him as I took my spot in line. Eamon's hands came around my waist, his towering frame protective at my back.
You're the first,
he whispered against my ear, sending a shudder down my spine. Gosh, I loved his scent, his warmth, his voice. I loved everything about him.
You are my first for everything, my cinnamon girl.
My stomach warmed as I tried to decipher what he meant. Was he not in the habit of taking girls out? Did he not date? His gaze burned into me. My heart danced at his words that I liked more than I should, but there was no stopping it. I had always been all in or nothing. There was no middle ground for me. 5 minutes later, we sat at the window table, people watching, and eating our ice cream. Eamon got 1 scoop of cinnamon flavor. I got green apple, lemon, and vanilla.
Does your father know you're getting harassed in school?
Eamon's question surprised me. I shrugged. No. His eyes remained unreadable and secretive, and I'd prefer to keep it that way.
Okay.
And just like that, I liked him even more.
You are not close with him then?
He asked. Well, I love him, if that's what you're asking. I took a spoonful of ice cream and put it in my mouth. Since my mama died, he hasn't been around much.
So you don't stay with him?
No. He mostly stays with us at Grandma's when we see him. A calculating look skirted past Eamon's expression, but it was gone so fast I convinced myself I didn't see it.
How does he conduct business when he visits you and your sister?
He uses Grandma's office and her safe. He stilled, his features hardening, but then he took a deep breath, almost as if he forced himself to relax.
Ever break into your grandma's office?
His tone was playful, but it didn't quite match the expression in his eyes. I blew a wild curl out of my face. If you want to live, you'll never cross my grandmother or rummage through her stuff. I'm convinced she was a dragon in her past life. That seemed to amuse him, his dark eyes shining with it.
I'll keep that in mind.
Yeah, forget about my papa, I said, half seriously. It's my grandma you should be scared of. I put another spoonful of ice cream into my mouth and I hummed my approval. I loved ice cream. He watched me eat it with heat in his eyes, and I was glad we stopped talking about my family.
So you're a vanilla kind of girl, huh?
He teased, as he took a spoonful of ice cream into his mouth. A flush crept up my neck, and the hot feeling twisted in my lower belly. I wasn't sure if he was insinuating what I thought he was, or if my imagination was running wild. Well, I'm up for trying anything once, I said coolly, as I brought the spoon to my lips. You know, don't diss it till you try it. His nostrils flared, and the memory of what we shared in Venice burned the oxygen in the room like fuel. I tried that, and I wanted more.
Raina, you should never say that to a man,
he drawled, and his gaze glimmered with heat. I chewed on my bottom lip and held it, burning up from it. I'm not saying it to a man, I rasped, glad that we always kept our conversations in English. Otherwise, this one would be inappropriate for a public place like this. I'm saying it to my boyfriend. A restless buzz saturated the air, while fire rumbled inside me with the need to feel his hands on me again. His mouth, his everything.
That's the right answer.
Then he switched subjects so abruptly that it left me dizzy.
Why didn't you message me?
I blinked, scoffing incredulously. I don't have your phone number.
We should rectify that, shouldn't we?
I rolled my eyes. Well, duh. If you're my boyfriend, I should totally have your number, so I can send you emojis, call you over when I'm horny and shit like that. Then he did something I didn't expect. He threw his head back and laughed. The sound was so beautiful that I soaked it into my bones and deep into my soul so I'd never forget it. My lips pulled into a happy smile as I watched him, mesmerized by the sound of it. I wanted to hear it for the rest of my life. My sister always said there was nothing better than the sound of musical notes vibrating under your fingers. She could hear a certain tone when extremely loud and loved playing her piano so much that I just believed her. I loved music too, though maybe not as passionately. But now, After hearing Eamon's laugh, I knew she was wrong. There was no better sound.
Give me your phone,
he ordered, extending his hand. I reached for my backpack and dug for it. As soon as I pulled it out, I saw I had tons of messages and a missed call from Isla. Shit, I muttered. Let me shoot a quick message to my sister and let her know I'm okay. I slid the group message open, not bothering to read all the nonsense the girls had come up with today, and typed a quick, "All good, with Eamon. Talk later." I pressed send and handed Eamon my phone, watching him add his contact. My phone buzzed, then buzzed again. And again. Eamon raised an eyebrow, but he said nothing as he handed me my phone back. I didn't bother checking messages that were pouring in. It was relentless when they got going, and I'd rather talk to Eamon right now. "Won't you add my number to your phone?" I questioned him.
I have it already.
Oh. I took another spoonful of ice cream and brought it to my mouth, licking it clean. Then the question should be, why didn't you text me? He didn't bother answering.
Tell me about your bucket list.
His voice was deep, sending shivers down my spine.
And you'd better stop licking your spoon like that, Raina, or you'll find yourself in way over your head.
I shot him an innocent glance. You mean stop doing this? I asked, fluttering my eyes as I scooped more ice cream and swiped it off seductively. He brought his hand up and his long, strong fingers wrapped around my wrist just as I was about to lick the spoon again. My mouth was partly open as we stared at each other, and I leaned forward, darting my tongue out and licking the spoon.
Rebel,
he said roughly, the hazy, almost reverent look in his eyes setting me aflame.
You are a rebel, not a good girl.
He lowered my hand, never releasing my wrist, and leaned in. His lips found mine, causing a little whimper to escape. He tasted so good, like warm vanilla, apples, and citrus. The temptation was too great. I gave his top lip a gentle lick, needing his breath like it was my own. I can be a good girl, too, I murmured against his lips. He nipped my bottom lip, hard, making me yelp softly. I pulled away to find his eyes burning with a heat I felt between my thighs.
You, cinnamon girl, drive me crazy.
Just a few inches of space between us, yet it felt like different cities. It was unbearable. I needed him closer.
Now, tell me your bucket list.
The man was the definition of determination. I sighed, leaning back into my chair. What do I get if I tell you? He paused, the only tell of his surprise that was soon replaced by a slow smile.
You want another orgasm,
he said knowingly. Well, isn't that the point of having a boyfriend? I said, feeling my cheeks burning. So I don't have to get myself off? I couldn't believe my brazenness, but from the way Eamon's eyes flared, I couldn't tell whether it was the right thing to say.
Tell me your bucket list,
he rasped. His gaze narrowed on me as a restless buzz saturated the air.
And I'll get you off.
I smiled, slightly smug. On a Ferris wheel. When he blinked, looking confused, I added, You'll get me off on a Ferris wheel. Another pause. I must have been full of surprises today because it took Eamon a few moments to respond.
On a Ferris wheel,
he agreed, with dark amusement. My heart and soul sang with victory and anticipation. I'd only just amended my list to include having sex, plus a Ferris wheel ride in Paris with Eamon. I never dreamed it'd actually happen. I grinned as I brought another spoonful to my lips, letting it hover there as I said, That's on my bucket list, I admitted. I'd only recently started to take it seriously, but I fully intended to add to it. Having sex on a Ferris wheel. With you. He gave his head a subtle shake.
You're definitely a rebel, cinnamon girl.
I shrugged. You only live once. I let the ice cream melt in my mouth. Once I swallowed, I couldn't resist asking, Why do you keep calling me cinnamon girl? His mouth curved into a smug grin, even as his eyes simmered with heat that threatened to melt me like ice cream on a hot summer day.
You smell like cinnamon.
Then he leaned across the table and whispered,
And I fucking know that you'll taste like it too.
I choked on my ice cream, and my cheeks flared, the blush spreading to my scalp. Eamon must have felt this attraction sizzling between us. I almost hated how much I wanted to have sex with him. It was a throbbing ache, a constant craving, and deep down, I knew it'd never go away. Because I was so fucking lost in Eamon Leone, there was no way out of him. Not for me. I mounted his sports bike and held on to him as he kick-started it.
Hold on tight,
he said. Don't worry, I said, in a slightly elevated tone. I'm not letting you go. With my arms around Eamon's waist and my thighs pressed against his outer ones, I gripped his t-shirt and held on, feeling the vibration beneath my legs. My pulse drifted between my thighs, throbbing ever since we'd sat down at the ice cream parlor. Eamon drove with complete control and confidence, weaving in and out of traffic, and I felt safer than ever. Every once in a while, we'd stop at a light, and then, other times, he'd pick up the speed. I felt totally free, like I didn't have a care in the world. Not my father, not school, not responsibilities, not secrets, just the two of us. The quiet buzzing of the motor and Eamon's hand on my bare thigh built the pressure up between my legs. It reminded me of Venice, the way I'd humped his leg to get myself off. I could hardly recognize myself. I pushed my hands under his simple white t-shirt, loving the feel of his hard abs under my palms, resisting the temptation to roam and explore. It was hardly the time and definitely not the place, so I just enjoyed the heat of his skin and the moment itself. We arrived at Le Grand Rue Amusement too soon. Eamon turned the bike off, helping me off and taking my helmet. As he secured them both onto his bike and locked them up, I combed my fingers through my curls. I noticed him watching me, almost too intently. We stared at each other for a few seconds, then he pulled me to him, his arm coming around my shoulder as we walked to the ticket counter. The smell of popcorn, cotton candy, and caramel drifted through the afternoon air, carrying laughter and voices along the breeze. Some people watched the Ferris wheel in its constant motion, while others made out on blankets. Adrenaline surged through my veins, feeding my lust. With him, life felt beautiful. It felt like home. So right, like I'd been waiting on him. I wanted to give him my all, and my heart beat with a speed that made me feel reckless.
2 tickets for Grand Rue de Paris,
Eamon said, while a buzz of anticipation flooded my veins. Any children? I scoffed, earning myself a serious look by the woman behind the counter. I cleared my throat. No children, I said seriously, aware of Eamon's amused glance penetrating the side of my head, because there'll be some R-rated shit going on. I wanted to say, but I was wise enough to keep those words to myself. 20 euros. Eamon handed her 2 bills, grabbing our tickets. It wasn't long before we were seated in the little cabin of the Ferris wheel. One loud click and it started to turn, carrying us upward. I watched as we rode higher and higher, the entirety of Paris stretching below us. Was this what it felt like to be on top of the world? Away from Papa, away from grandmother, away from all the family drama, alone with this man who made all my worries and anxiety fade away.
We can just enjoy the view.
Eamon's voice dragged me out of my thoughts. I turned my head, catching him looking at me, instead of the beautiful view in the distance. What do you mean? I asked. Are you backing out? He let out an amused breath.
Never, cinnamon girl.
His hand came down to mine, and it was only then that I realized my nails were digging into his knuckles. I relaxed my grip.
But I don't want you stressing out. The bucket list can wait.
I shook my head. I'm not nervous about that, I admitted softly, holding his gaze. I just never want today to end. He gripped the back of my neck and slammed his lips against mine, with desperation, with hunger. Maybe he felt the same. I shifted over and straddled him, never breaking the kiss. He slid his tongue inside, and I was lost. The overwhelming fever pulsed in my veins, and I fisted his shirt to pull him closer. He trailed his lips down my neck, inhaling deeply, and rocked his hips against mine. A little whimper escaped my lips, followed by a moan, when his hot mouth brushed the sensitive skin just under my ear. When he squeezed my bare thighs possessively, a rough noise rose in his throat, and he slid his palm beneath my dress, grabbing a handful of my ass. My pussy throbbed with need as he rocked his hips against me, and I moaned into his mouth.
I have exactly 3 minutes to get you off,
he said roughly, his lips brushing against mine. Better get to work then, I breathed, grinding myself against his hard length. I wished he'd just unzip his fly so I could feel his cock against my hot entrance. Just the tip. He said we had to wait until I was 18, but I didn't think I'd be able to. I felt like I'd been waiting for him my entire life. He lowered the thin straps of my dress, exposing my lacy bra. He caressed the bare curves of my ass while his lips traveled down my throat to my breast. He nipped my nipple through the thin material of my bra, and pleasure rushed to my core as I rocked against him. More, I begged. He ran a thumb across my nipple, causing friction, then pulled the material down as he leaned in and sucked it into his mouth. I groaned, my head falling back. So he did it again. I ran a hand into his hair, fisting it with each pull of his wet, hot mouth. He bit, licked, and sucked on them like he couldn't get enough. It felt risky and dangerous, the potential of getting caught great, but it only aided in the feeling of excitement. Eamon's mouth hovered near my ear while my heart rumbled loudly in my chest.
You want the chance of getting caught. It excites you.
I moaned. My nipples pebbled into hard, painful points, and a rush of arousal soaked my panties.
Doesn't it?
Yes, I admitted, my voice barely above the whisper. But only with you. My skin flushed hotter. Flames curled low in my stomach, and the damp material between my legs grew wetter with each second that passed. I ground against his erection with a desperate noise, needing what only he could give me. My breasts felt heavy, my core throbbed. I was burning up. Eamon, I breathed. Please, I need you closer. I was aching for him, my pussy throbbing with need, pulsing and jerking as he thrust up slowly against me. God, he was hard. And big.
How is it that I crave you so much?
He whispered, his mouth moving to my jaw. I crave you too, I rasped, my eyes fluttering shut. And then his hand came between my legs, palming my pussy through the silky fabric and running a thumb across my clit, and my words evaporated. He peppered my jawline with kisses, and I was on the verge of spontaneous combustion. He crashed his mouth to mine, gripping me in his large palms and controlling the kiss. It was claiming a promise, a challenge, a reward. He devoured me, plunging his tongue to meet mine while his thumb rubbed my clit, stringing my pleasure along. His hips ground against mine. Every nerve in my body was electric, hypersensitive. My fingers trailed across the nape of his neck as I dug my nails into his scalp. He growled into my mouth.
Open your eyes, Raina.
My eyes, half-lidded and hazy, met his gaze, as black as the galaxies. My hands came to his shoulders, holding on to him like he was my rock.
Now, watch me get you off.
His thumb slipped under the hem of my thong and his palm pressed against my clit, applying the smallest amount of friction. I shuddered against him. I was close, and judging by the way he looked at me, Eamon knew it. We both watched his hand between my legs, his palm move slowly, grinding against my clit, and desperate need bubbled to the surface. As if we'd done this a million times before, he slipped 2 fingers through my wetness and pushed them inside of me. I arched, digging my nails into his shoulders.
Fuck,
he muttered.
I can't wait to feel your tight cunt grip my cock.
His words and his rough hand seemed to spark a fuse. Today, I breathed with hope, ecstasy unfurling in my veins. His dark chuckle was my answer.
Not today, my greedy girl.
He slid his thick fingers in and out of me, brushing against my clit each time and expanding the pressure, causing my eyes to roll back. God, I panted. Oh my God. My head fell forward, resting on his neck. He smacked my ass with the next thrust of his fingers, and I ground against his hand, while mind-numbing pleasure built, ready to explode. Then he spanked me again, and I moaned against his neck as he soothed the burn on my ass with a palm. A rough rumble vibrated in his chest.
Fuck. You're going to be the end of me.
He continued to fuck me with his fingers, and I watched, dreamily, something so erotic about the way his fingers pulled out only to disappear back inside me. I was so wet, My arousal dripped down my thighs and filled the enclosed space with obscene noises. I ground against his hand, panting. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh. I rode his fingers like it was my only purpose in life, like I'd die if I didn't. I trembled, the pressure threatening to erupt. My wetness dripped down his hand and my legs. He thrust his fingers hard, curling inside me and hitting a spot that made me see stars. His thumb pressed on my clit as I shuddered, launching me over the cliff. My vision dimmed and my hearing dulled. The only things I registered were my heavy breaths and my pounding heart. Blood pumped from the tips of my fingers to my toes, searing every inch along the way. He continued to move his fingers slowly in and out of me while I shuddered against him, kissing his neck and tasting him. His heady, clean, and masculine scent was my drug. I lowered my hand, running it over his erection, the hard, thick length of him bulging in his jeans. I wanted him inside me. I wanted to make him feel as good as he made me feel. But we were running out of time on this ride. The moment I cupped his erection, he hissed out a breath and gripped my wrist.
Not today.
His fingers were still inside me, but he didn't want me to make him come. My eyes met his, and I knew he saw questions in them. Vulnerability.
We can wait,
he grunted. Why? I questioned. If you say it's because I'm not 18 yet, I'm going to scream. Your knuckles are deep inside me, for fuck's sake. He let out a breath of amusement.
Who taught you how to speak that way?
I shrugged. Athena writes filthy romance novels. Sometimes I read them. He kissed me on the lips, softly nipping my bottom lip.
So it wouldn't surprise you if I pulled my fingers out of you and licked them clean?
Heat ignited within me and my cheeks flushed. No, I lied, although I hadn't read anything like that anywhere before. Let me see. As we neared the carousel's landing platform, his fingers slid out of me, my arousal coating them, and I watched as he brought his fingers to his lips and sucked them clean. And I was ready for another round of whatever this man was willing to give me.
30. Amen. The next day, I sat in the library of my home in Jolo, one of the Philippines' southern islands. Since we were getting nowhere with Romero's safe, wherever the fuck it was, I decided it might be time for a different approach, which meant hacking into my cousin's safe in Japan. I was 1,000 miles away, watching the crystal blue waters shimmering under the sun. I bought this place 3 years ago with some of the first millions I made. Why? Because this place was the closest thing to heaven, and the house was surrounded by blue waters, the shade of Reina's eyes. It was the only place where I didn't have to look over my shoulder in case someone stabbed me in the back. It was mine and mine alone. The long, winding road was lined with statues of Shinto gods, Amaterasu, Susanoo, and Tsukuyomi, and cherry blossoms along both sides. I was christened, but my mother still raised me mostly Buddhist, as was common among the Japanese. I leaned back in my chair, watching the view, and feeling more at home than I had anywhere else in the world, aside from my mother's home country, aside from being with Reina. My brother entered the office, looking like he swallowed a lemon. "Please tell me you got off the moody train." He grimaced. "Actually, it's only gotten worse. Father wants to see us. Mother, too." Aggravation lit in my chest. I wasn't ready to see them. I was used to feeling this way about my father, but never about my mother. I knew what she wanted to discuss, and I wasn't in the mood for it. "Tell them we're chasing a lead." Dante's gaze narrowed. "That's a first." "What is?" He looked away from me, his eyes on the horizon that I'd been admiring only moments ago. "You dismissing Mother? Or lying?" he mentioned casually. "I'd do it plenty, but never you." "I'm not lying," I said, ignoring my brother. It might be a slightly twisted truth, but it wasn't a lie. The truth was that I needed some space from Raina, or I'd never make it to her 18th birthday. She'd put a spell on me, and it was pulling me under. Her soft little moans, her whimpers, they were all ingrained in my brain cells and refused to leave me. "So what lead are we chasing?" he drawled with a knowing look in his eyes. "We haven't had luck finding Romero's safe," I said, my gaze hardening as I rocked in my chair. "You haven't gotten anywhere with Raina?" Dante questioned, his eyes drilling into me. I pushed my hand through my hair. "I think I know why we haven't been able to gather any intel on Romero's safe." Dante waited for me to explain. "I think he's using his mother-in-law's home." My brother's brows furrowed. "You can't be serious," Dante said. "That goes against common sense." I agreed, but it certainly worked. It had never occurred to me that he'd used Diana's safe. It seemed stupid to me, but I wasn't entirely sure that Romero was that smart. God damn it. Getting into Diana Bergman's safe, or whatever last name she had these days, wouldn't be easy. "Do we know where the mother-in-law stays the most?" I asked. "It was the Malibu home until they went to college, and if you recall, I snooped around that one." It'd be hard to forget, since it was the day the Yakuza attacked, the day I gave Raina her nickname. "Any luck with Phoenix?" I asked Dante. He let out a long breath, tugging on his hair strands. "The girl is infuriating. She refuses to talk to me." "Talk? Sign, whatever." He gripped his strands. "I've learned a few words, but how in the hell am I supposed to use them if she turns her back to me?" "Charm her," I drawled. "It's never been a problem before with girls." He flipped me off. "Better come up with another plan, because Phoenix and I won't be flying together." "I didn't realize you turned into a poet," I remarked dryly. "We'll try my grandfather's safe next." Dante's eyes flashed with surprise. "Are you nuts? Or just trying to get us killed?" "Itsuki won't be there, and as his second-in-command, I will be. What better time to sort through his secrets?" "Jesus, I can see it already," he muttered. "We'll be knee-deep in shit." Hiroshi entered at that moment, wearing his traditional hakama and kimono set. He looked like an ancient samurai who'd served the old Imperial Japan. My phone buzzed, and Raina's name flashed. I had never opened a text message so fast.
New bucket list item. Dance with me to a country song.
I let out an incredulous breath. She'd sent me 2 other bucket list requests. Kiss her underneath floating lanterns, and have sex in a pool. "That's fucking scary," Dante muttered under his breath. When I met his gaze with a raised eyebrow, he added, "You, smithing, it's scary as shit." Hiroshi didn't say anything, but worry flickered in his eyes. I ignored it as I typed a message back. "Which country song, Cinnamon Girl?" "Should come and practice your movements with me," Hiroshi said in Japanese, his voice portraying an air of calm. He was one of the most lethal men I knew, even at his age, and you'd never know it hearing him speak. Not unless Dante pissed him off. My brother was the only human on this planet to manage to rile him up. Fine. I could use a way to blow off some steam. My phone buzzed again.
We can pick together. Okay, my class is starting. Talk later. Kissing emoji.
She didn't know I had someone watching over her, not trusting those bullies not to fuck with her. I had to pay extra for Darius to actually listen to the class while sitting outside the school in the surveillance van. Darius called it the most boring class on the planet. Apparently, he had to resort to extra caffeine to stay awake while listening to fashion bullshit. He stated the only entertainment was Raina's sharp wit when standing up for her classmates against the bullies. She certainly hid a fierceness beneath her softness. I wanted it to burn strong and hot, but only for me. It was as if my entire life had been about getting me back to the girl who stared at my father with big blue eyes full of fear. Self-preservation told me to keep her at arm's length and away from my heart. We were heading toward an inevitable collision, and our new boundaries wouldn't mean shit once the truth about her father and me using her came to light. But I couldn't stop even if I tried. Instead, I wanted her more with each breath I took. I wanted all of her, even when I knew I didn't deserve her. My head and heart waged a civil war against each other, and for the first time in my life, my heart was winning. Because I started to question the need for my plan to avenge my mother. "Let's settle then," Hiroshi announced on his way out the door. "I'll wait for you in the dojo." Every home I owned in Japan and Southeast Asia in general had a dojo. It was a room we used for training and meditation. "He's going to kick your ass," Dante pointed out. "Probably." I stood and walked across the office. "Good luck. Can I have your bike if he kills you?" My brother was always so thoughtful. "You have one just like it," I said, shaking my head. "You can never have enough bikes," he called out after me. I found my instructor in the training room, and we both bowed before starting to spar. 20 minutes in, I realized Hiroshi was determined to kick my ass in today's training session. He almost broke my leg. Twice. It had nothing to do with the blonde woman with warm smiles and an angelic face, and it definitely wasn't because she fucked with my brain with her toned legs and the breathless way she said my name, like I was the only one who could give her what she needed and wanted. Fuck! A hand landed on my neck with enough force to steal my breath. Practicing martial arts with Hiroshi in this state was a mistake. He chopped me up and rendered me immobile for a week. "You are distracted," Hiroshi said, calling me out on my bullshit. "I have a lot on my mind," I grunted as I blocked his next move. He actually chuckled. "I bet." I rolled my eyes. I wanted to fly back to Paris, take Raina back to the Ferris wheel, or even better, my bed, and make her moan and grind against me, her wheat-colored hair that reminded me of summer fanning over me. "What's her name?" he asked. The problem was that I'd never share my personal life with Hiroshi. He was too close to my mother, and I didn't need another talk from her. "There's no name." "Love is a distraction," he said, his breathing even as he landed another punch. "You're a distraction," I grunted. "Are you trying to kill me?" His closed fist came within an inch of my stomach, but I was at least fast enough to avoid it. "Being distracted while you fight your cousin and his men will get you killed." I blocked his next move, too. Thank fuck, because my lungs were about ready to collapse as it was. "Are we going to chit-chat?" I challenged. "Maybe we should have some tea brought in." For the next 30 minutes, we sparred without saying a word. And miraculously, those golden curls stayed off my mind. 31. Amen. Kyoto, the city of cobblestone streets and low rooftops, was surrounded by mountain landscapes and fresh air. Kyoto was located in the Kansai region of Japan, its history rich and its national treasures abundant with shrines and temples scattered throughout. It was known for its refined culture, dining, and charm of rural Japan. And of course there was the crime. Every region in the world had to contend with that. Kyoto was no different. We were making our way through the streets, passing the Yasaka shrine, when a voice called out, "Amen! Dante!" Fuck. I really hoped it wasn't my cousin, or one of his men. I shared a glance with my brother, his hand already on his holster. We turned around, only to come face to face with Alessio Russo and his wife. "Well, this is unexpected," Alessio greeted us, shaking my hand, then Dante's. I tilted my head, acknowledging the lady.
"Hi there. I'm Autumn."
Then I remembered. Russo, or Ashford, whichever name he went by these days, had married his wife here. "What are you doing here?" Dante asked, looking at them both suspiciously. "Anniversary trip," Alessio answered. His wife beamed.
"My husband promised to bring me to Kyoto to celebrate our anniversary for the rest of our lives."
"Well, that's boring." "Yes," my brother answered. Alessio narrowed his eyes on him. "How so?" I rolled my eyes, but said nothing. He could get himself out of that one on his own. "There are so many other places to explore," Dante drawled. "I couldn't imagine coming back to the same place over and over again." Smooth, brother, I thought, barely suppressing a smirk.
"Well, Alessio takes me to all sorts of other places all year long."
Autumn answered sharply.
"For our anniversary, we'll be in Kyoto."
Alessio chuckled. "Maybe one day, if you're lucky, you'll understand. You're still young." Dante and I snorted. We hadn't felt young in years. Then the Canadian mobster flicked me a look. "Are you running the Yakuza yet?" I raised one eyebrow in surprise that he'd even ask, and when I didn't answer, he continued. "Your cousin is a fuckwad. Doesn't know the difference between his balls and his asshole." That pretty much summed it up. "No," I answered curtly. I had no interest in discussing the Yakuza or my fuckwad cousin. "Just visiting." Autumn's lips curved, and I knew the next thing out of her mouth would be a jab.
"Is it your anniversary too?"
After another few minutes of talking business, Alessio and Autumn moved on, while Dante grumbled something under his breath. "What's that?" "All that love shit makes me want to puke," he stated. That was so my brother. "Then puke," I deadpanned. "Just don't do it next to me. And I'm not holding your head up." He grinned, that crazed look in his eyes alarming. It was happening too often lately, ever since crossing paths with Phoenix and Reina Romero, and I wondered how long it'd be before he'd need a release. The first time I'd picked up on the change was shortly after his accident, the one that had caused his partial amnesia. We were still in the dark about all the details of the accident, but he was damn lucky to survive it. We continued on, surrounded by summer blossoms in full bloom, perfuming the air in a subtle kind of way. The scent was bitter and green. Kind of like me, I thought with sardonic amusement. I couldn't help but wonder if Reina would like it here. She'd stand out, sure, but in the best way possible. If I took over the Yakuza, would she follow me? Or was a life away from the underworld all she would ever want? I shook my head. She was in my head, consuming my thoughts way too much. "Why do I feel like a giant here?" Dante mused as we made our way to the back of the compound. It was the least crowded spot, and most convenient, should we have to make our way out in a hurry. "Because you are a giant," I retorted dryly. "So are you," he snapped. "In case you forgot, we're the same height. I bet the locals think you're a freak with how you tower over them." I didn't bother answering him. Clearly, I got my height from our father. My ancestry was evident on my face, but there were little things like the hue of my skin, the shade of my eyes, and my height that betrayed my mixed heritage. The traditional members of the Yakuza hated it, and hence ensured my cousin took over, rather than respecting my grandfather's wishes. I would regret that eventually. Itsuki was all talk, but no execution. He wanted to take over the world, yet in the process, he'd managed to lose more territories than he acquired. The only reason he still had the drug business was due to my connections, and he knew if he fucked me over, they would disappear. I also knew he continued to traffic women, and I was working on shutting that line of business down. I just had to dismantle enough of his empire to make him weak and hated by his men. Then that would be history. Once in the back of the Yakuza compound, I made my way into the house and straight into my cousin's bedroom, the same one that my grandfather once occupied, except it looked nothing like it anymore. Itsuki had had it modernized. It looked like any other bedroom in the Western world, with slightly less taste. "Get into the fucking safe and let's bolt," Dante hissed. "This bedroom is giving me the creeps. That fucker probably has some serious orgies going on here. I'll have to take a bleach shower." Over the years, I'd explored every nook and cranny of my grandfather's place. I knew every corner like the back of my hand. That included any place where my fucked-up cousin may have stashed his secrets. I made my way to the painting of our family dating back 3 generations. Lanterns floated over Oji-san's Zen garden, the midnight blue sky above it. It made me think of Reina and her bucket list. "After we're done here, I want to make a stop," I told Dante. "Where?" "The market," I answered, removing the painting off the wall. The locals here had them for sale, and I wanted to check that item off my cinnamon girl's bucket list. He let out a sardonic breath. "You want to go shopping?" "Yep." I didn't turn around, but I could feel his gaze burning a hole in the back of my skull. He tended to do that when he suspected I was holding back. Ignoring my brother and his suspicion, I focused on breaking into the safe. It took me 3 tries to figure out my cousin's combination, 0401, the month and day of his birthday. April Fool's Day. How fucking appropriate. The fucker was a fool through and through. I reached for the small metal box with the custom-made lock, the second layer of security. My grandfather had it installed to double the protection of the important paperwork stored inside. It took me a few minutes to pry it open and... "Fuck," I muttered. "What?" "It's empty." "That seems odd," Dante remarked, pushing his hands into his pockets. We were both dressed in suits, so we'd blend in with the rest of these motherfuckers that lingered around. It was convenient that my cousin tended to leave brainless idiots behind to watch his home, though the ones he took along with him weren't much better. It means that either he has another location where he stores documents, or he has nothing of value to store here. Or he went digital. We shared a glance, both of us aware how clueless Itsuki really was. He could barely power up a computer. "Yeah, that was a dumb thought," my brother admitted. The sound of voices filled the compound, and we both tensed. Quickly closing the interior safe, then the outer one, I hung the painting back over it, and vowed one day I'd fucking take it. My idiot cousin probably wouldn't even know if I swapped it for a fake. That was actually a good idea. I pulled out my phone and snapped a photo of it. I'd commission a painter to make me a fake. "Why are you taking a picture of it?" Dante questioned. I didn't bother responding, already halfway out the door. We'd just left the compound when Itsuki's car turned the corner, missing us.
32. Reina. I rushed out of class and made my way through the hallways to the exit door. The bullies hadn't bothered me since Eamon confronted them, but certain habits were hard to break. Sometimes being the youngest in the class really sucked. 2 years difference wasn't that major, but over the course of my 12 years of schooling, it seemed to be big enough. They either considered me a geek or a freak. I was neither. The truth was that I studied my ass off in high school so I could graduate at the same time as Phoenix. I didn't want to be separated from her for 2 years. It was as much for my sake as it was for hers. We just worked better together. My gaze flitted to the road and my heart sank to my feet in the absence of a certain slick motorbike. I hadn't seen Eamon in 4 days. He had some out-of-town business to take care of, and just like my father, he was secretive about it. Considering the Leone family was part of the Omerta, it wasn't surprising, but 4 days was a lifetime to a girl in love. I rushed down the steps and across the street when I heard my name. Glancing over my shoulder, I spotted a silver Audi. My heart stilled, and so did my feet when I noticed a tall figure leaning against it, his hands in his pockets. His black hair gleamed blue in the sun. I didn't think. I just reacted. My bag slipped from my shoulder and hit the pavement. My pulse pounded in my throat and a smile spread on my lips. My feet were running before my brain could register it. He pulled his hands out of his pockets, and I jumped into his arms, wrapping my legs around his waist and nuzzling into his neck. "You're back," I beamed, pressing my face deeper to breathe him in and peppering him with kisses. He chuckled roughly.
Happy to see me, Cinnamon Girl.
God, he smelled so good. Felt so right. "I am," I breathed. "I missed you." He slid his hand into my hair and pulled it back as if he needed to see the truth in my eyes.
You missed me?
He asked, his eyes burning into me. I nodded.
We texted every day,
he pointed out, the tone of his voice slightly raspy. "It's not the same," I said slowly, worried that maybe I was showing too much, giving away too much, except I didn't know how to be any different. I wanted to show him and give him everything. I slid down his body to stand on solid ground, but when I went to take a step back, his grip tightened. His one hand came to my throat, and he gripped it, tilting my head up to see my eyes. Light and dark, blue and black, soft and hard.
I missed you too,
he said softly, and his mouth found mine for a kiss that could easily break my heart. It wasn't rough. It wasn't desperate. He kissed me deeply and gently, almost as if I were something precious to him. He groaned in satisfaction, his tongue dancing with mine. I pulled back breathlessly to say, "I can't wait until my 18th birthday." He raised a brow and chuckled.
We can, and we will.
I grumbled something unintelligible, and he lowered his head, brushing the tip of his nose against mine.
We're young. We don't have to rush.
I blew an exasperated breath. Only a non-virgin would claim that. When he stilled, I felt a flush creep up my neck and into my cheeks. His grip on the nape of my neck tightened.
Virgin,
he repeated slowly. I rolled my eyes. You knew. He had to. I assumed that was the reason he wanted to wait until I was 18. Didn't you? I whispered hesitantly.
Shit, Raina.
His forehead came to rest on mine.
How in the fuck?
He took a deep breath in and then slowly exhaled.
I didn't expect an almost 18-year-old virgin in today's world.
Is that bad? I breathed.
No, Cinnamon Girl,
he murmured, his lips brushing against mine.
Just unexpected.
I fought a smile, threatening to melt right here on the hot Paris sidewalk. I pressed my face against his chest, bathing in his smell. I know you said not to. I raised my head and met his gaze. But I'm falling in love with you. I can't stop it. He made a noise of satisfaction and his face broke out into a dazzling grin. He leaned down and nuzzled my neck as tenderness soaked in, warming me from the inside out. He grazed his mouth over the line of my jaw before taking my mouth in a soft kiss.
You're mine now, Cinnamon Girl. Forever.
I wanted to tell him I'd been his since I was 6, but before I could, he asked,
Are you done with classes for the week?
Yes.
Good. We have some bucket list items to settle.
He pressed a kiss to my lips.
You're spending the rest of the day with me.
My heart beat louder than the drums as I watched him collect my shoulder bag. With interlocked fingers, we climbed into the car together, and I knew I'd go anywhere with this man. Forever.
33. Amen. I inhaled deeply, a smell of rubber, engine exhaust, and motor oil seeping into my lungs. Car racing started as a hobby and turned into a lucrative business. With the opening of my recent clubs and the acquisition of ports, I hadn't had as much time to spend on preparation for the upcoming race. The rowdy crowd brimmed with excitement as I led Raina to the VIP area. The race hadn't started yet, but I knew the perfect spot that would give her a good view of the race and was also ideal for what I had planned afterward.
Eamon?
Raina's hand squeezed mine. Yes?
I am fairly positive this wasn't on my bucket list,
she murmured, her eyes darting left and right, studying the tracks.
Maybe yours?
I chuckled. You'll see. The light breeze danced over the material of Raina's dress, hugging her thighs and curves. For once, she wasn't wearing pink, but rather blue, although the dress still had pink flowers on it.
I've got to say, no boy has ever taken me on a date to a car race,
she mused. My jaw tightened, and a low growl vibrated in my chest. I didn't like thinking about her on a date with any other man. She was always meant to be mine. But I wisely kept the words to myself. I rubbed a hand across my mouth at how right that sounded, as if everything that happened in my life had led to this moment, to her, to us. My determination for revenge was waning, and the need for her was growing. Unless you want those boys to end up in a shallow grave, you'll never mention them again. She laughed softly.
Possessive, huh?
I moved my hand to cup her neck. I told you, Raina, you're mine, and I don't share. She lifted herself up on her toes and brought her face close to mine. Her lips parted slightly as our eyes locked, held, burned. Electricity charged between us, and something tripped in my heart. She planted a soft kiss on my lips.
Me neither, Eamon. Best remember that it's a two-way street.
God, this woman. She was young, but there was maturity and determination in her that rivaled those of others twice her age. My thumb brushed over her bottom lip. I want to be your first in everything, Cinnamon Girl. She jutted her chin, and for a second, I thought she'd tell me to fuck off. Instead, she said,
Then I want all your firsts, too.
Her tongue darted out, brushing against the pad of my thumb.
Or whichever ones are left. Promise me.
She was my calm, my warmth, the only light I'd ever had in my life, and I would be a fool to let it go. I promise. Eamon! I turned to see who called, and spotted one of my mechanics running over to us as we reached the podium at the VIP section. With blonde hair and brown eyes, he was already a magnet for the ladies. He didn't even have to race to get attention. Tony. I shook his hand. How are you doing? Good, good. His eyes darted to Raina, checking her out. But before I could snap, she extended her hand and said,
Hello, I'm Raina.
She tilted her chin my way.
His girlfriend.
Oh. That's right, motherfucker. Oh. I never had a shortage of women coming after me, but they usually fell into two categories, troublemakers and skanks. Raina didn't fall into either category. Yes, she had a rebel streak in her, but she was a sunshine girl with a soft heart through and through. The driver, Tony hissed, moving away from the topic of my girlfriend. He's sick, flu or some shit. Can you drive in the race? I raised my eyebrow. Where is his backup? He inhaled deeply. He decided not to show up. Motherfucking lazy ass. I'd never wanted to hire a backup in the first place, especially not the one that my driver asked for. He was his boyfriend, and usually when one played hooky, so did the other. I hated people you couldn't count on, and although I loved car racing, it wasn't the reason I brought Raina here.
It's okay.
She must have read my mind.
Is this like F1 racing or something?
I shook my head. No, just a race that a few race car owners put together. They need somewhere to spend their money, and what better place than to bet on themselves?
Is it safe?
I nodded.
Then go, I'll wait for you here.
I gritted my teeth. No, I'm not leaving you alone with vultures roaming all over this place. Aside from racing, this was a famous place for hooking up, and Raina had already turned quite a few heads. I can keep her with me until you finish the laps, Tony offered. I didn't particularly like the sound of that either. Her slim fingers grabbed the hem of my shirt.
Seriously, Eamon, do your thing and I'll wait.
I turned to look at Tony. You don't let her out of your sight, and keep her safe. Tony's attention darted back to Raina, stuck on her legs. I clenched my teeth. And don't fucking ogle, or you'll lose your eyeballs. Tony turned beet red. That was a first for everything, and gave me a curt nod. I won't, and you have my word, boss. Raina chuckled softly.
Okay, you hurry and do your laps around the track. Is it okay to say good luck?
I nodded, pulled her to me, and pressed my mouth to hers. I won't be long, I promised. 10 minutes later, I pulled down the visor on my helmet and brought my gloved hands to the steering wheel of my race car. The engine's vibration shook my hand as I gave a signal to Tony to pull off my tire warmers. One by one, red lights illuminated above me, shining off the hood's glossy red paint. I pressed against the throttle, and my car sped down the track before I pulled up to the first turn. The tires skid across the pavement. Fuck, you're good at this. Tony's voice carried over the radio in my helmet. You should drive all the time instead of paying the drivers. I ignored his comment and remained focused on defending my position, making it impossible for anyone to pass me. The hum of the engine matched the buzzed exhilaration flooding through my veins. I picked up speed, hitting over 200 miles per hour. Another turn came up, and my foot pressed on the brake exactly 2 seconds before turning the wheel, tires screeching against the asphalt. Before long, I was on the 10th lap, with 20 more to go. Adrenaline flooded my body as I neared another turn. Another car attempted to pass me, and I slammed on the brake later than recommended. My left tire lifted off the ground before slamming back down, and the car pulled back. I kept the lead. 10 more laps went without a hitch. Almost home. My eyes caught a forest green car approaching quickly. The fucker raced up to my rear, closing the gap between us. My heart pumped wildly. My hands clenched the steering wheel as another turn came. The engine revved, hitting the accelerator to the maximum. Another turn made. One less lap to go. The car fell behind, but it wasn't over. We repeated the same thing for the next 3 laps. On the last lap, I throttled to max speed. I'd come too far to give up first place. This wasn't the World Championship or a Grand Prix, but for me, it still counted as a victory. I took a few deep breaths. I was on the home stretch. I could almost see the finish line, could almost taste victory. I pushed into the highest speed. A car appeared on my left. His car made contact with mine, the sound of crunching metal. The finish line was 20 yards away, but it was too late. Everything happened in slow motion. The wheels lifted off the ground. For several long moments, I was airborne. My race car flipped over once. Twice, 3 times, before skidding across the pavement, the harness keeping me suspended all the while. Sparks flew around my head. A sound of scraping metal screeched in my ear until my car stopped moving. My breathing became ragged, oxygen pushing through my throat and singeing my lungs. It was only then that I saw it. Another car approaching at 190 miles per hour. A chill ran down my spine. I couldn't move fast enough to get out of the way, so I did the only thing I could: brace for impact. The next car attempted to swerve and avoid me, but at that speed, it was impossible. He rammed into me. My head bounced against the head restraint as the car spun out of control. Black spots filled my vision. I could smell the smoke and feel the heat as the flames from the back of the car ignited. Smoke began to fill the cabin, making it harder to breathe. The sounds of wailing sirens pierced the air before rushed shouts and commands echoed around me. I was helpless as the safety crew worked to extinguish the flames and pull me from the wreckage. Careful to remove my helmet, they checked me for any injuries. Physically, I was spared from any real damage, but I'd be sore like a motherfucker for the next few days. Once I got the all clear, the safety team gave me a ride off the tracks so I could get back to the suite. I got out of their transport and barely made it a step when a petite body in a blue dress with pink flowers slammed into me, forcing me to take a step back.
"Oh my gosh, Eamon,"
she cried, her hands skimming all over me.
"Fuck, I thought—"
I slammed my mouth on hers, kissing her greedily. It was moments like these that made you appreciate what was really important. Fuck everything else. Fuck the world. I just wanted her. "Shh, I'm okay," I murmured, tasting salt. Tears, I realized. I cupped her face. "Don't cry, Cinnamon Girl." Her tears pierced my chest and hardened something in me. I vowed right there and then that I'd never make her cry. Revenge and all else be damned.
34. Raina. I gasped as the bumper of another driver's car hit the back of Eamon's race car, and I watched in horror as he flipped through the air. Once, twice, 3 times. My stomach lurched. Gasps and terrified murmurs filled the air. Fire erupted, blocking the audience from view. Everyone craned their necks with morbid fascination at the screens projecting the live events on the racetrack. My heart was no longer beating, unable to do anything to save him. My Eamon, my bitter Prince.
"There's no way someone survives that,"
I heard a spectator say. Without thinking, for the second time today, I ran. I sprinted from our VIP area, rushing past the crowds and curious glances. One foot in front of the other, I just kept moving. Glancing around wildly, I spotted an emergency exit door and rushed toward it. Tony grabbed my elbow, saying something, but I couldn't hear a damn word. I elbowed him in the stomach, and as he doubled over in pain, I was through the door, on my way to Eamon. Terror wrapped its invisible hand around my throat, playing the horrifying images over and over again. The way the car had flipped in the air, the way it crashed against the guardrail. Fire. Everyone's panic as they ran to him. There's no way someone survives that. Truthfully, I wasn't certain if I was going the right way, but I followed my instincts to the area I hoped would lead to the front of the track. I found another young woman standing by the gate. "Where will the injured driver come through?" My tone was desperate. My hands were shaking. She looked startled, both by my sudden appearance and my tone, but she didn't answer. "Please," I begged. It took me a moment to realize I was speaking in English. I repeated the question in French, my words trembling. "There's a side entrance." She pointed off to the left. "That way. Just stay straight through the hallway and it will veer off from that." "Thank you." I said fervently, before rushing to follow her instructions. Up ahead, an emergency vehicle suddenly appeared. The pain of my burning muscles and the sound of footsteps behind me faded to nothing as I spotted him. A small crowd of people gathered around the area, watching me curiously as I barreled through them and threw myself into his arms. For the second time today. "Oh my gosh, Eamon!" My hands roamed over his protective, tight suit, touching him everywhere, needing assurance he wasn't dying on me. "Fuck, I thought—" He silenced me with a kiss as tears rolled down my cheeks.
"Shh, I'm okay,"
he murmured against my lips, and the cold fist of fear around my heart relaxed. He cupped my face, the whole universe in his eyes wrapping around me.
"Don't cry, Cinnamon Girl.
"We should take you to the hospital." He shook his head.
I'm not injured."
I slid my fingers into his hair. "What about a concussion?" He tilted my head back so he could meet my eyes.
"Cinnamon Girl, not even a concussion will stop me from the plans I have for you for the rest of the day. Collisions are obviously not ideal, but they're common. Our cars are equipped to handle these types of situations. I should have explained that to you better before taking off earlier."
He kissed me deeply, stealing my breath away. I was burning up with love and worry. I pulled back breathlessly. "But—" He silenced me again, trailing his mouth over my jaw, down my neck.
"No buts. If you want to ensure I'm good, just keep kissing me."
Despite almost having a heart attack, I fought back a smile. "That's going to be a hardship." He nipped my bottom lip.
"Fine. Then I'll be kissing you."
I laughed. But then my expression turned serious. "That was—" My grip in his hair increased and my chest tightened in pain. He rested his forehead on mine. "Don't ever do that again. My heart can't handle it." His gaze flickered with conflict, like he couldn't, or wouldn't, make that promise. But the fire and the turmoil in his eyes didn't stop me from voicing my own feelings. "You filled a void in my soul I never knew to be empty. I've always believed in love, but I know now that I was saving it all for you. Don't you dare die on me." His eyes melted into liquid darkness with stars that shine just for me, and my heart floated in my chest.
"You, my Cinnamon Girl."
He trailed off, voice soft.
"You might be my salvation."
I opened my mouth again, but he kissed me. To shut me up, if I were to hazard a guess. I sighed all my worries into his mouth, feeling happier than ever, because I knew he was mine, and I was his. We made it up the stairs into the private room. I plopped myself on the couch and slipped my shoes off. His hair glinted blue in the sunlight coming through the windows, mussed and sticking up in all directions from how much he'd been running his hands through it. "You okay?" I asked again. "Are you sure we don't need a doctor to check you out?" He shook his head.
"They came out onto the track. I'm all clear."
He lowered himself on the couch next to me, his fingers fumbling to unzip his race suit while toeing off his shoes. The room filled with his deep breaths and my thundering heart. "Are you naked under that suit?" I realized too late my voice sounded hopeful, needy. He shot me a look filled with sinful promises that had my insides quivering with anticipation.
"Are you trying to make me blush?"
He teased, bumping his shoulder into mine. I rolled my eyes. "Something tells me it would be hard to make you blush." He chuckled, but didn't confirm or deny it. "So how did you get into car racing?" He shrugged.
"My father."
A shiver rolled down my spine. The last time I saw his father was 12 years ago, and I didn't like him. He seemed like a cruel and hard man. You get along with your father?" He shook his head.
"No, neither Dante nor I ever have."
Silence followed, both of us lost in our own thoughts. I couldn't quite say whether I got along with my papa. We spent so little time with him that I truthfully didn't know how we would.
"Do you get along with your sister? Grandma?"
My gaze met his, and I answered truthfully. "Phoenix and I are close. Grandma is great. Sometimes a bit weird," I admitted. "I told you Papa hasn't been around a great deal. Ever since my mama—" My voice cracked and I swallowed, trying to clear my throat. I inhaled deeply, then exhaled. "Anyhow, I get along with my grandma. She can drive you nuts, but she means well. He nodded, as if he understood. When he didn't say anything, I asked, "Do you have grandparents?"
The only one I ever met was the grandfather on my mother's side, who lived in Japan,
he said, as he leaned back, and I shifted so I could watch him. A glimpse of his smooth, tan skin played peekaboo, and I stared at it openly. I'd never been shy exactly, but I didn't think I was a rebel. Maybe a bit on the reserve side. But with Eamon, all my reservations melted. I wanted to explore every inch of him, touch him and kiss him, and God help me, I wanted him to touch me. "Are you close with him?" I rasped, my gaze lingering on his chest. He let out a sardonic breath.
I didn't really know him for the majority of my life, but sometimes I wished I did.
His voice changed, got raspier, and I met his eyes.
There aren't too many people I'm close to. Just my brother and my mother.
He loves his mama. My heart sped up, clinging to the thought and burning it into my heart. It didn't surprise me to hear he and Dante were close, but not too many men admitted to being close to their mama. It made me love him even more. "How did your parents meet?" I asked curiously. If he loved his mama, she had to be gentle and kind, like mine. I never forgot his scary father, and I couldn't fathom anyone falling for him easily. Eamon's shoulders tensed slightly.
Through a mutual friend.
Oh. It was vague, but maybe it wasn't a great love story. My mama was driving and texting in New York City. She almost ran over Papa, who was on his way to the airport to go back to Italy. He took one look at her and asked her out. I smiled dreamily. He missed his flight and married her a week later. The rest is history.
Romantic.
I knew it sounded corny, but I loved the story of how my parents fell in love. "What's your mama like?" I asked curiously, determined to get anything and everything out of him.
She's quiet. Very reserved.
Did she grow up in Japan? He nodded. But she lives in Italy now?
Yes. Sometimes she visits me in Paris. Sometimes you remind me of her.
Reserved? A grimace pulled on his lips, watching me with amusement.
No. Your love of pink.
It's a happy color. I bit my cheek to hold in a smile. You should try wearing pink. It lifts your spirits. He let out a laugh, looking at the ceiling.
No chance I'll be wearing pink in this lifetime.
I bit my cheek to hold in a smile. Well, challenge accepted. Now tell me something else about her. His heavy gaze met mine, and it grew more intense as we stared at each other.
My father never married her.
I shrugged. Well, in today's day and age, that's not really a big deal.
In the underworld, it is.
I rolled my eyes. I think there are more ways to be committed to each other than by marriage. He raised his eyebrows.
Really? How?
I detected a slight mock in his voice, but I ignored it. By remaining faithful, treating each other with love and respect. My grandma is on her 5th marriage. It doesn't make it better than couples that forgo marriage licenses altogether.
My grandfather was very traditional. Her living out of wedlock worked against her. It made things difficult for her. But my mother's very strong. Kind of like you.
Letting the knowledge soak into every cell of me, I asked, "Do you visit your grandfather often?"
He's dead,
he said, in a flat tone. I brought my hand to his and interlocked our fingers, then squeezed it in comfort. "I'm sorry."
It happened several years ago.
"It doesn't make it easier," I whispered. I waited for him to say something else, but he didn't. Not that it surprised me. Eamon wasn't exactly a chatty kind of guy. I didn't know him to wear his emotions on his sleeve. My mom died 12 years ago, and I still miss her.
I heard.
He rasped.
Your first visit to Italy.
My gaze flicked to the window, memories of Mama's body in the tub tainted with her blood. I met Eamon on our first day in Italy. I lost my mother on the last. I lost and gained someone in the same season. I swallowed, giving my head a subtle shake. "I'm sorry I broke your Mama's vase. I don't know if I've ever told you that before."
She got another one,
he said dismissively. "From the 15th century? I returned my attention to his beautiful face, pulling my lip between my teeth. The fact he took the blame for our mistake and the broken vase had never sat well with me. A beautiful smile tugged his lips.
You remember that, huh?
Kind of hard to forget. He held my gaze, watching me with so much heat that I felt a flush rising up my neck. I was worried, you know. He raised his brow, not following my incoherent way of thinking. When you took the blame for breaking the vase, I worried every day about your time out. A muscle pulsed in his jaw and his gaze hardened, and a ragged exhale escaped him as he grabbed my hips and shifted me over to straddle him.
You shouldn't have worried,
he said coarsely, his gaze slowly sliding down my body.
And I didn't bring you here to think gloomy thoughts.
I wondered, I murmured, my skin humming as his rough palms roamed my thighs, making me grateful I wore a dress. I burned in the wake of his touch. He leaned in and nuzzled my neck, his warm breath raising goosebumps on my skin. I tilted my neck, loving the feel of his mouth on me. It made me greedy for more. My stomach fluttered at the sensation of his teeth grazing my earlobe. He continued trailing his lips down the curve of my neck. Amen, I breathed, my voice a submission and a plea. His tongue darted out to taste me, making my body shudder as he sucked on the sensitive skin. Please don't make me wait until my birthday. He pulled away, and cold air hit my heated skin. His intense eyes met mine, a swirl of lust and frustration evident on his face.
You're really making this difficult, Cinnamon Girl.
His husky voice sent a shudder rolling through me. I pressed my body to his, grinding myself against his hard length as his fingers dug into my hips.
Don't move,
he gritted. Don't be a cockblock. A strangled laugh escaped him, and a smile pulled on my mouth. I loved seeing him smile and laugh. It was almost as good as making out with him. Almost. His nose brushed against mine.
It's time for your surprise.
I blinked. Then I squealed excitedly. Sexy time? He threw his head back and let out another hearty laugh. Deep, rough. I felt it down to my toes. I watched him, grinning like a fool and loving every minute of it.
No, the sun has set. Come on.
He stood, little protesting whimpers leaving me as I wrapped my legs around his waist. He walked us over to the open doors and stepped out onto the balcony, carrying my weight as if it were nothing. He leaned against the glass, glancing up.
Now tell me what you see, my Cinnamon Girl.
I followed his gaze and my mouth dropped. The dark sky towered above, filled with lights. Hundreds, possibly thousands of Chinese lanterns floated in the air, perfectly fixed in place. I slid down his body in awe, staring at the magnificent sight, and the back of my eyes burned with happy tears. It was the most beautiful thing anyone had ever done, the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. As they rose higher and higher in the sky, so did my heart. A single tear rolled down my cheek, and I wiped it with the back of my hand.
Why the tears, Raina?
His raspy voice tickled the back of my neck. I turned around and met his gaze. Happy tears. First ones ever, I admitted. I rose on my toes, pressed my lips to his, then murmured, It's totally a good thing, and the best date ever.
Good.
His nose brushed against mine.
Now, let's cross another thing off your bucket list.
He handed me my own lantern. He helped me light it up, then did his own, and we held them up in the air.
Ready? He asked.
I nodded. We set them free, and one after the other our lanterns floated into the darkness, joining the lit-up sky. I couldn't take my eyes from the light show above. Amen. My voice was a whisper as I kept my gaze facing upward.
Yes?
I love you. I couldn't look at him, my heart drumming in my chest with so much warmth it had to be spilling out. Eamon gripped my chin and pulled my eyes to him.
You and me, Cinnamon Girl.
My breath caught at the nip of his teeth on my jawline. Then he pulled my mouth to his. Heat erupted like fire between my legs, burning through me. I melted into his rough hold, getting lost in the hot glide of his tongue, exploring every inch of my mouth. His arm wrapped around my waist as soft tunes played somewhere in the distance. He held me, and we danced slowly, shifting side to side. It was magical and romantic. Hundreds of lanterns floating above our heads.
You and me against the world,
he whispered. I found that I liked that very much.
35. Amen. Once the last lantern disappeared from view, we walked over to the car. She reached for the door, but I beat her to it. I'm opening the door for my girlfriend. I had no idea where the words came from. It would seem Raina's sweet personality and impulsiveness were rubbing off on me. I couldn't decide whether that was good or bad, but I knew I liked it. I liked her. A lot.
My bad, Mr. Leone.
She fluttered her eyes, and I swore there were actual hearts shining in her ocean blues. A smile pulled on her full lips. Fuck, she was beautiful when she smiled. Glowing like a true ray of sunshine.
I should have known you were a gentleman and a romantic at heart.
She waited patiently, tapping her foot playfully. I opened the passenger door, and she eased into the seat, flashing me her bare thighs. Then I caught her eyes, shining with mischief. Little Minx was working on seducing me. I shut the door and made my way around to the driver's seat. Leaving the parking lot, I put the car into gear and drove steadily out onto the road. The highway would be the fastest way to take her home, but I opted for the back roads instead. It'd give me more time with her. Fuck, if Dante could see me, he'd jerk my chain until the world's end.
I loved the floating lanterns, Eamon. It was beautiful.
Her gaze burned into me. Everything about her seared the word mine into the very cells of my body. I didn't know what to do with it, unaccustomed to anyone impacting me the way she did.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I returned my gaze to the road. She was soft and strong, quiet and impulsive, the most unusual combination. The thought of her hardening lodged in my throat, and I knew deep down I'd rather castrate myself than hurt her. It was at this very moment that I vowed to myself I'd do everything in my power to protect her. From the revenge that drove me, from my mama, from anyone, including her father. The thought of earning her hatred sent something hollow throughout my chest. I knew I wouldn't be able to handle it. Did you know that lanterns are believed to carry troubles away, bringing good luck and prosperity to the sender? I could hear the smile in her voice.
I didn't, but I like it. Carry all troubles away and leave the good things.
I flicked her a curious look. Do you have troubles? Something flashed in her gaze, but she promptly shook her head.
No, just normal, everyday stuff.
I returned my attention to the road. Such as? She shrugged.
Like passing my classes, math problems.
She rolled her eyes and let out a heavy sigh.
I hate math. Suck at it. Big time.
My lips curved. Why doesn't that surprise me?
I bet you're good at math.
She narrowed her eyes on me in mock distaste.
I bet you're good at everything.
No, not everything. She blew a breath as if she didn't believe it. I can't draw for shit. She stared at me for a moment with a blank expression before throwing her head back and laughing. A carefree, melodious laugh that I could listen to until my dying day.
Surely you can draw something.
Nope. I took a turn, following the dark road through the countryside. Stick figures, that's about it.
Well, you're in luck, Eamon Leone.
She purred, smiling silkily.
I can't claim to do much of anything well, but I can draw. So whatever you need, I'm your girl.
My girl. She felt like my girl. It was an innocent feeling when I first saw her sliding through my father's castello, her curly hair trailing behind like flecks of gold. The protectiveness had flared and begun to grow without me even realizing it. I fucking wanted it all from her, and I had a feeling I'd give it all up for her too. The knowledge of that truth filled me with a warm ripple of satisfaction. Warning signs should have gone on full blast, but they didn't. Instead, my soul quieted down, and my heart beat in a steady rhythm, feeling at ease unlike ever before. It felt right to be with her. I watched her take her bottom lip between her teeth, as though mulling over an unpleasant thought. "What are you thinking about?" I asked, shifting my eyes to the road. The impulsive demand slipped off my tongue, but it was too late to retract it. Her eyes found mine, and even in the night, I could see their blue hues, pulling me into her soul.
"What kind of business do you have with my papa?"
The out-of-left-field question surprised me. "Just standard business dealings. Nothing for you to worry about." She didn't seem convinced. "Do you trust me?" The look she gave me almost broke me. Her words finished the job.
"With all my heart, Eamon,"
she whispered. "Then tell me what's worrying you." She tilted her head, and all her curls shifted to one side.
"I'm worried if you tell him about us, he'll demand you break it off."
I stilled. The ache those words caused had no business taking residence in my heart. "Why do you think that?" She shrugged.
"I don't know. I get the sense he doesn't like the Leone family all that much."
"Or he doesn't like the idea of his daughter with the illegitimate Leone son," I claimed, bitterness in my voice and my veins. There it was again. Something impossible to interpret past her expression. For a girl who was usually an open book, it flared my need to know. Or is it my mixed race? Fuck. Did those words actually come out of my mouth? I didn't know until now that my mother's words bothered me. The suspicion that maybe Raina would be ashamed of me.
"You are a man."
Her words heated, and her small fists clenched angrily.
"I don't care who your parents are. Green, blue, white, whatever. It doesn't matter to me, Eamon Leone. And I certainly don't care whether they are married or not. It's their life, and they can do whatever makes them happy."
She pushed her curls out of her face, visibly upset by my words.
"If my papa is bothered by it, that's his problem. I have never let him tell me who I should or shouldn't like, and I won't let him dictate that part of my life now. I'm more worried that your family and mine would end up killing each other because of some feud."
I never doubted it, but she was smart. She might not like math, but she was intelligent enough to pick up on the hatred between the Leone and Romero family.
"I can't imagine a world where you don't exist."
My eyes back on the road, I spotted an overlook and pulled to the side. There wasn't much to see, apart from the moon shimmering over the city of love in the distance. When I turned, I found Raina looking at me. "Just like you, Cinnamon Girl. I never let my family dictate who I choose to spend my time with." Her shoulders visibly relaxed, and her fists unclenched. She might be all sunshine and rainbows on the surface, but underneath it all, my Cinnamon Girl hid a firecracker. She smiled.
"That's settled then. Us before them."
Warmth flared to life inside me. Us before them.
36. Raina. Eamon's eyes bounced between mine as he adjusted in his seat, reaching over to gently stroke my face with his fingertips. Our gazes held, our breaths mixed. The dark sky above us flickered with stars, but none of them compared to this boy turned man. I'd waited my whole life for him. He had owned my heart forever, but it wasn't until now that it had started to beat solely for him. I couldn't take my eyes off his face, my fingers itching to touch him. "Kiss me," I whispered. "Touch me." Eamon stilled, his gaze burning with heat that could melt polar ice caps. He reached over and pulled me across the console. His hands remained on my hips, searing through the material while I straddled him. My mouth clashed against his and my lips parted. He plunged his tongue into my mouth, letting me taste him. I was getting drunk on him. The throbbing between my legs was unbearable, so I rocked against his shaft. We both groaned.
You're making it impossible to wait.
He grabbed me by the back of my neck and pulled my mouth back to his. I melted into him. My nipples tightened as they brushed his chest, sending sparks lower. I hummed into his mouth, grinding against him like my life depended on it. His hand slid up under my skirt, and I trembled at the feel of his strong, graceful fingers on my skin. I was burning up with need, every cell of me shaking. Pushing my hands into his hair, I ran my blunt nails over his scalp. God, he smelled so good. A clean, masculine scent with hints of citrus and ripe green apples. I rolled my hips, the friction between us making me moan into his mouth. He slid his fingers under the hem of my panties and brushed against my clit.
Feel how wet you are.
He pressed his mouth against my ear, running a thumb across my clit.
Is that for me?
He palmed my pussy and my skin caught fire. Ah! I moaned, grinding against him. I could taste the pressure coiling tightly in the pit of my stomach. We're falling into a habit. He pressed his mouth against my ear, his words rough.
You're the best kind of habit, Cinnamon Girl.
A shaky breath escaped me, sounding like a needy whimper when he thrust a finger inside me.
You're so perfect.
He groaned.
And mine.
I watched him through heavy eyelids, his eyes a pool of galaxies telling me stories. I brought my hand down and pressed it against his chest. I shifted on his erection, slowly rocking my hips and grinding against him while staring into his eyes. Every cell inside me lit up, growing hotter and brighter. I chased my release. It was within my grasp, but it felt wrong to take it. He'd been making me feel so good, but I had yet to pleasure him. He tugged my dress down to my waist, trailing his lips down my neck until his mouth came to my breasts. He licked at my nipple through the thin lace of my bra. Amen, I breathed. He captured a nipple in his mouth, nipped it, and white light shot behind my eyes. He turned his attention to my other nipple, and I gasped, my head falling back. Wait, stop. He instantly stilled, his one finger inside me and his mouth on my breasts. He looked up with such intensity in his eyes that I almost forgot what I wanted to say.
Are you okay?
He asked, coarsely, his gaze locked on me.
Did I hurt you?
My throat felt tight when I realized what he was thinking, and something warm and heavy melted within me. His protectiveness rivaled only his possessiveness. I brushed my nose against his. I want to make you feel good too. I exhaled. He murmured something in Japanese, and it radiated heat down my spine.
This is for you.
He growled. I pressed my lips to his neck, tasting his skin. His one hand settled in my hair, running through my locks, while I trailed my hand down his abs until I reached his groin. I brushed my fingers over his bulge, and he grabbed my wrist. I moaned in protest, my hips moving against his hand. Your fingers are touching me. I should be able to touch you, too. His jaw clenched, almost as if he worried he'd snap. He wouldn't. I trusted him more than anyone else in this world. My breathing hitched, my ears buzzing with desire and blood pumping through my veins. I fumbled with his pants, lifting my butt just enough to unbuckle him. The sound of his belt, the seductive echo of the zipper, and our harsh breaths vibrating through the small space of the car. He let go of my wrist in a moment of consent, freeing me to do as I wanted. The moment my fingers wrapped around his cock, his head fell backward, with a guttural groan and a
"Fuck"
slipped from his beautiful, kissable mouth. I wanted to please him. I wanted to make him lose his mind. I wanted to lose my mind. Show me, I murmured, nipping his bottom lip. He was so hard and hot in my hand, his shaft heavy and smooth. Show me how you like it.
First, your pleasure.
His voice was heavy with an accent I couldn't place. Italian, Japanese, English, I didn't know, but I loved it. His palm pressed against my clit, causing delicious friction. His hand was rough, applying just enough pressure until my passion coiled. He thrust his finger in and out of my wetness, his thumb stroking my clit in tandem. Hesitantly, I curled my fingers around his length.
Fuck,
he growled, which only spurred me on. I loved having control over him like this. To give him pleasure, to match how he made me feel, I couldn't resist pumping him in my fist, mimicking his tempo, up and down. The muscles in his body tightened.
That's it, baby. It feels so good. You feel so good.
His praise coated me like honey. Ecstasy unfurled in my veins as he kept sliding his thick fingers in and out, rubbing a spot deep inside me. My pussy clenched around them as I pumped his smooth, hard cock. Judging by the way he watched me through hooded eyelids, I must have been doing something right. The pressure inside me built, taking me higher and higher. His eyes lowered, watching his fingers disappear inside me. I watched his cock so close to my entrance, my hand pumping in earnest now, rubbing myself against him. The throbbing pulse between my thighs became unbearable. "I need you inside me," I moaned. Another finger joined the other while his thumb strummed my clit faster and harder. I pumped his cock up and down, gripping it tightly. He buried his face into my hair, murmuring words that didn't register. I closed my eyes, relishing in the sensation. He kept fingering my entrance, and I lowered my body just a fraction, the tip of his hard shaft brushing against my entrance. It was all it took. My body exploded into a million pieces, cum spurted as Eamon finished, smearing all over my pussy and himself. I kept milking his cock, both of us moaning and grunting. His heady, masculine scent filled the car, evidence of what we'd just done covering us both. I kissed up his neck, making a soft noise of appreciation. I was so high on the languid heat of him, it took me a few seconds to realize he was looking at me with a soft expression. "Are you okay?" I murmured. He let out a strangled laugh.
Better question is whether you are.
I nuzzled his neck, nipping and licking. Never better. Pulling away slightly, I watched as his fingers slid out of my wet pussy, and he brought them to his lips. I shouldn't have been so shocked after watching him on the carousel ride, and yet my mouth parted and my cheeks heated. His gaze burned, zeroed in on me as he slipped them into his mouth and licked them clean. My heart rate sped up, adrenaline flooded through me as I watched him with labored breathing. I bit into my lower lip to hold in the moan that wanted to escape. He leaned over and kissed me, his tongue brushing my lower lip, letting me taste myself.
Like I said, you taste sweet. Cinnamon, with a dash of sugar.
His lips moved against mine, his voice soft but tethered. "Can I taste you too?" I rasped. Before I could bring my fingers to my own lips, he gripped my wrist to stop me, and I whimpered my protest. "Please." Letting out a breath and shaking his head, he kissed me on the lips.
Will I ever be able to deny you?
Hopefully not today. I leaned in, darting my tongue out and licking my fingers while holding his gaze. His grip tightened around my wrist, while heat bloomed in my stomach, moving lower, and I had to squeeze my thighs to ease the ache. He brought his free hand to my mouth and smeared cum over my bottom lip. I licked it eagerly, loving the taste of him. "Why can't we just have sex now?" I asked, pouting. "Don't you want me?"
There's no need to rush it.
Gosh, even his voice turned me on. Reaching to the back of the car, he grabbed a shirt and cleaned up the mess we made, wiping it between my legs and my inner thighs. My cheeks heated at the intimacy of it, and he let out a soft chuckle.
You're blushing now, after what we've done?
He said, his tone incredulous. He cleaned himself next and threw the shirt onto the floor in the back seat. Still straddling him, I leaned closer and buried my face in his neck, thinking I could stay like this forever. Neither one of us said a word, but his hands never stopped roaming my back and his mouth never stopped kissing me softly. It was the happiest I'd felt in a very long time. 37. Raina. A loud squeal had me jumping upright in my bed, blinking my eyes as my vision cleared. "Happy birthday, Boo." Raven, Athena, and Isla all cheered while Phoenix stood there beaming, her hand on her heart. I groaned, flopped back onto the mattress, and pulled the covers over my head. Eamon had dropped me off around midnight. I was so pumped up and turned on, it took me another few hours to ease the adrenaline and excitement buzzing through my veins before I eventually fell asleep. No, no, no. Isla's voice held a note of sternness. Phoenix tugged on the blanket and pulled it off me. You can't sleep in today. Shouldn't a girl be able to sleep in on her birthday? I grumbled, curling into a ball and putting a pillow over the top of my head to muffle their obnoxious giggling. It's not your birthday yet, Athena snickered. Today, we prepare you for adulthood. Go the fuck away, I groaned. All of you, shoo. Have you used the condoms I gave you yet? Raven demanded. God help me. It was way too early for this conversation. So instead of answering, I just shot out my hand and gave her a thumbs up. No sense telling them that Eamon was adamant about waiting until I turned 18. Phoenix said she's cringing knowing about your sex life, Isla interrupted, since my head was still buried under the pillow. Well, I want to know, Raven announced. Every single detail. Did he go down on you? Did you blow him? Tell me you didn't give him your ass. Trouble apparently started with a capital R. We'd been thick as thieves the moment we met, all 5 of us, but God was Raven cheeky. It must be the trait she inherited from her father, who we knew nothing about. In fact, that was one thing we all had in common. Absent fathers. Initially, I thought Phoenix and Athena would say Raven was too much, but to Isla's and my surprise, we all clicked. Phoenix claimed Raven balanced our group out, whatever the fuck that meant. But I knew she had a penchant for mischief. At Athena's birthday last year, Raven brought home brownies and had us all tripping on mushrooms. I woke up in the bathtub, naked and with blue hair. Not blonde. No. Blue fucking hair. For Phoenix's last birthday, we got stranded on the side of a road in the fucking Black Forest mountain region of Germany. How we got there, I had no idea. But there we were because Raven had the brilliant idea to follow some hotties we'd met at a bar. To this day, I couldn't comprehend why she didn't just turn around when she realized they were taking us beyond Paris's city limits. Anyhow, long story short, her car broke down. We had no cash on us and fought fatigue as we hitchhiked like goddamn backpackers. Minus the backpacks. Luckily, we got back home in one piece. So yeah, thank you, but no thank you. I didn't need trouble today or tomorrow. I was ready to get laid. Be fucked senseless, made love to, whatever other phrase might exist for this. Come on, we have a long ride ahead of us, Athena said, her tone taking on a secretive edge. I was on alert immediately as goosebumps broke over my skin. I threw my pillow down, letting it land at the foot of the bed. I pulled my knees to my chest, taking in my sister and friends. All 4 of them wore summer dresses and, by the looks of it, bathing suits underneath them. Where are we driving to? I questioned suspiciously. Athena chuckled. We're not driving. We're riding. What? A dick, Raven snickered, driving a round of chuckles. My sister won't be riding a dick today, Phoenix scolded. I'm going to pretend she doesn't ride one at all and that she's still my innocent baby sister. I rolled my eyes. I'd yet to ride a dick, much to my dismay. I got close last night, though. I sighed dreamily while a throbbing ache pulsed between my thighs. Everything with Eamon felt so good. His words, his touch, his affection. Maybe he was right. There was no need to rush it. I slid out of bed, and for the next 5 minutes, the girls ran around my room, making it look like a tornado swept through while they searched for something for me to wear. It started with a long beach dress and ended with a short pink one and a white bikini with pink polka dots. Do I need a change of clothes? I asked them all, my eyes roaming the mess in my room with exasperation. I hated a mess, and I could feel anxiety boiling inside me at seeing it in such disarray. Damn them. They were lucky I loved them, or I'd seriously consider murder. Nah, we're just staying for the day, Athena answered. Slip on a pair of flip-flops and let's go. Sunscreen, I reminded them all as I rearranged my closet and tried to fold the clothes they messed up. Otherwise, Isla will look like a tomato by the end of the day. You're going to be a good mom one day, Phoenix teased, but not anytime soon. Not with the condoms I supplied her with, Raven croaked, or the birth control that she's taking. I winced, but luckily my back was turned to all of them. I forgot to pick up my prescription and therefore hadn't started the pill. No matter. There was no sex going on until after my birthday, which wasn't for another few days. I, on the other hand, was ready to jump his bones. I wanted to discover all there was to know, learn how to feel good and make someone else feel good, but only with him.
38. Amen. Hiroshi entered my office at the club with a solemn expression. He'd been my constant shadow, more than usual, for the past few weeks. Dante flicked me a look, and I could have sworn he was about to roll his eyes, but he stopped himself at the last second. He wasn't thrilled with Hiroshi being up our asses at all times. I suspected it was partially to do with my mother and her impatience to get our hands on the document. The first thing I would do when I got my hands on it would be to read through it. I didn't understand why my mother was so hell-bent on getting a hold of it. There was more to it than what she'd shared with me. "I'm surprised to see you here today," I stated calmly. The old man deserved our respect after all he'd done for my grandfather, my mother, and me. "Aren't you supposed to be in Italy with Mama?" Once a month, Hiroshi and my mother worshipped at Kamidana, a household shrine that my mother built in Miramara Castle. They both practiced Shinto, a religion in Japan. They worshipped ancestors and spirits of the old days. It gave them both peace, and for some reason, Father tolerated it. "Maybe praying wasn't in the cards today," Dante snickered. Despite Father dragging us to the odd Sunday Mass and insisting we be faithful Catholics, we'd sooner claw our eyes out than sit another hour in church. Confession in those churches was out of the question. Father had them all on his payroll, and making up sins for confession when you had plenty already was a major pain in the ass. "Something came up," Hiroshi answered, his tone serious. I didn't have to wait long for him to elaborate as he continued. "I got information that Itsuki is still working with the Brazilian cartel." "The Cortezes?" I said slowly. I knew my cousin still fucked around with the Brazilian cartel. Itsuki had even opened lines of communication with Sofia Volkov, which would end up being disastrous for the Yakuza, and there'd be nobody to blame but him. Only 2 of Itsuki's goonies knew he'd started an alliance with the madwoman, but a secret like that wouldn't remain so for very long, and I'd let him fall on his own sword. "Yes, with Perez Cortez." Hiroshi's tone matched mine as he narrowed his eyes. They drilled into me, burning holes. "You have to keep your cool." There was only one thing that made me lose my cool, and that was finding out anyone was fucking with Reina Romero. So that meant that the Cortez cartel was still trying to get their hands on her. Hiroshi, just like my mother, didn't like Reina, although he'd never met her. It was her last name alone that caused the tension. "Tell me everything," I said coldly. Hiroshi took a seat across the desk, his expression dark. "According to the intel, Itsuki told them Reina's off the table, but Cortez is not exactly convinced." It would seem Itsuki had some brains left after all. "How so?" I asked. "They wanted all the information on her and her location." That little fucking... I offered a cold smile, while my insides were fuming. Everyone knew that Perez Cortez was a heartless and cruel motherfucker. He had no qualms selling out his youngest sister. He'd sell his own children, if he had any, to get what he wanted. "Do we know what he wants with her?" Not that it mattered. He'd never get her. I'd sooner burn his fucking empire to the ground. In fact, this might be a good opportunity to bump up the destruction of his flesh-trading business on our list of priorities. Hiroshi's look said it all. He either wanted her for himself or for his business. Just like the Bells and Mobsters agreements that Benito King had going on, Perez Cortez had a similar kind of arrangement in South America. The Maravilla Mobsters arrangement, except it had nothing to do with flowers or the famous city in Spain. Shouldn't we worry more about getting the document Mama wants from the safe than Romero's daughters? Hiroshi flicked him an annoyed look. Yes, and I'm not worrying about Romero's daughters. Seems to me you two are. So why did you bring up the Cortezes and their bullshit with the Yakuza? If anyone had a way to increase Hiroshi's blood pressure, it was my brother. Because if he grabs the girls, how will you find out where the safe is? My second-in-command stated in a calm voice with an undercurrent of violence. It had occurred to me a few times to let Hiroshi kick Dante's ass, but entertaining as it'd be to watch, today wasn't the day for lessons. I needed to touch base with the man I had watching over Reina. I think Romero keeps his documents in Diana Bergman's safe, I told Hiroshi. The question is, at which home? The woman has several, and she's currently married to the old Duke of Glasgow. Just as I reached for my phone, it vibrated, and I answered it, not recognizing the number, but knowing it was France's country code. Hello? Eamon, it's me. It was Darius. He had been tailing Reina for weeks and keeping her safe. My instincts flared, and dread pooled in my stomach. Something was wrong. Darius never called, only sent brief messages on non-events that happened during his watch. What happened? I got arrested, he grumbled, but I knew this wasn't the reason he was calling me. He knew how to get himself out of trouble without my help. So did the Romero girls and their friends. God motherfucking damn it. Isn't your job to prevent that from happening? I growled. He didn't answer, and frankly, it was fucked up to put this on him. Where? Dante watched me with furrowed brows as he listened to my growling. Saint-Tropez. My brows furrowed. Why are you there? I could hear his heavy sigh over the line. The girls hopped on the train without warning, so I followed. I figured you'd have wanted me to. You did the right thing, I acknowledged. I'll get you out. Don't bother. I'm already on it. I can get the girls out, but if Reina is released to my custody, my cover will be blown. He had a point there. What exactly happened? Some idiot, Dietrich something, groped her sister and then tried his luck with Reina. The blondie wouldn't have it, so she gave him hell. That's my girl. Can you get me info on this Dietrich guy? Yes. Good. I'll be there as soon as I can. I ended the call and immediately typed a message to my pilot to get the plane ready. What's wrong? Dante asked, watching me curiously. It's Reina and her friends. I stood up and grabbed my keys, already halfway out the door. This put a dent in my birthday plans for her. They got arrested. A heartbeat of silence was shattered by Dante's slightly maniacal laugh. If we didn't find a criminal to torture soon, he'd explode. After his kidnapping and accident 2 years ago, it didn't take me long to realize that torturing men provided him with relief. I stopped by the door and glanced over my shoulder. Hiroshi, since you're here, you're in charge. Then I flicked a look at Dante and huffed a breath. Are you coming? Or are you going to laugh your head off while sitting here on your ass? He stood up slowly, like he didn't have a worry in the world, and sauntered toward me. I was ready to explode and teach him the lesson Hiroshi had never gotten around to, except that would only delay our departure. Are you going to keep standing there like a statue, glaring at me? Dante remarked casually. Or are we rushing to the rescue? I inhaled a deep breath and released it, gripping hold of my last ounce of patience. Maybe I'll put you in the cell with Phoenix, I suggested casually. I have a sneaking suspicion she'd beat your ass to a pulp. That shut him up for the duration of our trip to Saint-Tropez.
39. Raina. In my entire life, I had never been in trouble with the law. Yet now, as I approached official adulthood, I was spending the night in jail. It wasn't a good start. Although in my defense, I didn't start it. I really didn't. The day had been going so well. We spent hours lying on the beach, sipping pretty pink drinks. Then every so often, we'd dip in the water and repeat the process. When the music started later in the afternoon, we started dancing. Raven cozied up to the DJ and convinced him to play a classic. Miranda Lambert and Carrie Underwood's Something Bad blasted through the speakers over the beach in Saint-Tropez. The song was our go-to. The French audience grumbled. We laughed, lip-synced, danced the two-step like cowgirls, and then upgraded to some line dancing, our rhythm completely offbeat. Things started to go south when a guy grabbed Phoenix's ass, pulling her against him to grind up on her. She kept pushing him away, but the dickhead refused to get the message. So I punched him in the face. When he turned his attention to me, our friends jumped in. Raven lost her shit, and all hell broke loose. It reminded me of a cowboy bar fight I saw in Yellowstone, minus the cowboys, and that was how we landed ourselves in a French jail. I'm sorry, Raina. It was Raven's 21st apology. I counted them. It wasn't her fault. The guy started it. We just ended it. Don't be, I told her tiredly, pinching the bridge of my nose. I had nothing but my bathing suit on since the beach patrol refused to let us grab our clothes. Goosebumps broke over my skin and I shivered. Fucking French beach patrol. They probably wanted to ogle us and torture us since we acted like American bitches. I hope you broke his nose. The girls murmured in agreement, and I cuddled further into Phoenix, hoping to absorb some of her heat. We wanted you to have a good day, Phoenix signed. It was good. Relatively speaking, we had tons of ice cream and drinks. Although now, after hours of sitting in a detainment cell, I wished we'd had the good sense to at least eat some solids. Anxiety spread through me. I'd have to call Grandma, but for some reason, we hadn't been granted a free call yet. Do you think we'll get our phone call? I asked. We all shared a look, clueless since we'd never gotten arrested before. Maybe, Athena muttered. I'm not sure if they'll let us call collect to another country, though. The jail cell door slid open, and a female cop appeared. Fuck. She looked so comfy and warm under all her clothes while we were freezing our butts off over here. Follow me, she announced in a heavy French accent. My heart drummed in my ears as I stepped out of the cell, my bare feet cold on the concrete. My sister and friends were right behind me, and I wondered whether they were my backup or I was their sacrificial lamb. I couldn't quite decide. With heavy steps, we followed the cop down the corridor. Whistles and jeers bounced off the walls and echoed down the hallway. If there was ever a low in my life, this had to be it. I flicked a glance over my shoulder, noting the same dread on my sisters' and friends' faces. We were unsure where this would lead us, and I hated the fear creeping under my skin. I wrapped my hands around my waist, just as the cop came to a fork at the end of the hallway. Can I make a birthday wish? I rasped, pushing my curls out of my face. I want to enter adulthood as a free woman. The female police officer shot me a cool look, clearly telling me I wouldn't be getting any mercy from her. My cheeks went hot with frustration and humiliation. The worst part was that we had nobody to blame but ourselves. I sighed heavily as she turned right. The door opened, and I stepped into the reception area. Eamon and his brother waited in the exit area, their expressions grim and tension rolling off them. Eamon crossed the room in 3 long strides and cupped my cheeks. Worry blazed in his eyes as they roamed over me.
Are you okay?
Maybe he's a keeper for our Raina, Raven muttered. He came to the rescue. What are you doing here? I rasped in confusion, ignoring my friend's snark. I didn't have energy for it right now. How did you find me? Dark amusement passed his expression.
You didn't think I'd leave you sitting in that cell for your birthday, did you?
I released a shaky breath. How did you know? His lips pressed together, but he didn't answer. Not that it mattered. I was so grateful he was here. A shiver rolled over my skin, and he quickly slid off his jacket, draping it over my shoulders.
Come on. Our car is outside,
he said, nudging me forward. We exited the building and headed for the large town car. Wait. My steps faltered, and I turned around to see the girls trailing behind me. We looked ridiculous, all of us barefoot and in skimpy bathing suits, the sunset long behind us. My sister and friends are coming too, right? I noted Phoenix also had a suit jacket over her shoulders, and my eyes flicked to Dante in surprise. He never struck me as the gentlemanly type, yet he'd given my sister his jacket. It made me like him just a tad bit. In my short life of observing boys, or men, they usually either ignored Phoenix because of her disability or they tried to take advantage of her. Again, because of her disability. My eyes flitted over my sister, who followed us with her cheeks blushing crimson. She seemed to be avoiding Dante, who stood behind all of us with a bored expression. Spending time around Eamon had taught me better, though, and I knew his eyes were attentive to our surroundings, almost as if to ensure nobody could attack us.
Yes, everyone.
Eamon opened the car door and motioned for the girls to climb in. I shook my head and motioned for my sister to slide into the car first. Then my friends followed, grumbling under their breaths, something about me being the baby of the group. When I readied to get into the back of the vehicle, I noted only 2, extremely snug, seats remaining. I straightened up, meeting Eamon's and Dante's eyes. There are only 2 seats left.
So?
Dante must be bad at math. I wasn't much better, but I could at least count the number of people present. There are 3 of us. He shrugged.
You can sit on my lap.
A low growl vibrated in Eamon's chest, and Dante's eyes flickered with amusement.
Or on Eamon's. Get in the car, Dante.
Eamon's voice felt like a whip against my skin, and he wasn't even talking to me. His brother chuckled, unconcerned that he pissed him off, and slid into the car. Eamon's gaze met mine.
My lap.
I chuckled at his command and brought my hand to my head in salute. Aye, aye, Captain. We ended up sitting in the last backseat row, with me balancing on his knee, when all I wanted to do was wrap myself in his arms. But I knew Phoenix would lose her shit, and the girls would probably lean back and smack the shit out of Eamon, despite the fact that he bailed us out of jail. His hands covered mine, resting on my thighs, and I watched with parted lips how well we fit, like we were 2 pieces of the same puzzle fitting together, even though we belonged to different worlds. Thank you, I murmured softly, twisting to watch him over my shoulder, his eyes dark and heavy as they met mine. His hard body emanated enough heat to melt snow in Montana in the dead of winter. My body's temperature suddenly skyrocketed, and the flimsy bikini I wore seemed to be altogether too much. He kissed the back of my neck, skimming his lips softly and sending shivers over every inch of my skin. The man was trying to make me combust right here and now.
Always.
It felt like a promise, and my young heart sang all the love songs while thick silence muffled the luxurious interior. The girls all shared uncomfortable glances. Phoenix scooted as far away from Dante as she could, almost landing in Athena's lap. Raven shot her a curious look, but Phoenix studiously ignored her. We were in our own little world back here. Camila Cabello's Shameless came on the radio, and the driver turned it up. The single word described my state of mind at the moment. I was shameless when it came to him. I wanted it all, and wanted to give it all in return. The darkness in the car and our secluded seats fueled my confidence as I leaned back into his chest. Maybe it was the alcohol from earlier today, or maybe it was just this boy, now a man, who had stolen my heart all those years ago, before I realized what it meant. My aching, wet vagina demanded relief. My treacherous hips moved of their own accord, grinding against his hard length. God, I couldn't wait to be alone with him. Midnight was fast approaching, and with it all of Eamon's reasoning for not taking my virginity would vanish. With his hand still interlocked with mine, I held my breath, waiting for him to make a move. I didn't care that we were in a car full of family and friends. I didn't care if anyone could hear us. All I wanted was him. "Touch me," I begged, my voice barely a whisper against his ear. His nose brushed my earlobe.
"You're very bossy. And still 17.
I couldn't help the huff of frustration that escaped me. "Only for another hour or so." Then, because I was feeling naughty, I took his hand and brought it between my slightly parted legs. "Make me yours before midnight." He brushed one finger over my damp bikini, then nipped my earlobe.
"That's not how we'll celebrate your birthday."
His voice was possessive, dominant. Then he whispered the 5 words that every girl wanted to hear.
"I can't live without you."
He increased the pressure on my clit, the cursed bikini still in the way.
"And when I next take you, we'll have all the time in the world so I can savor you."
A man with principles. I couldn't decide whether it was endearing or just frustrating as hell. Through the haze in my brain, someone cleared their throat and I froze, Eamon pushing my legs closed.
"So what happened?"
Dante asked, but his eyes were on me. Why? I had no idea. Did Eamon tell him about me? Or maybe he suspected Eamon and I were doing something naughty back here. Acting nonchalant, I shrugged, while my entire body fought the flames licking at my skin. Some guy was groping Phoenix, so I punched him. Something flickered in his eyes, dark and ominous, but it was gone so fast I wasn't certain whether it was the moon throwing shadows over his face, deceiving me. "Then he set his sights on Reyna," Isla added. A growl vibrated in Eamon's chest again, the 2 brothers sharing a glance. Before I could question them, Raven chimed in, unhelpfully, might I add. "Well, that wasn't the worst part. The idiot then started to grope Reyna, grabbing her ass."
"Hey, what?"
Eamon's voice was so frigid it triggered goosebumps along my arms. I shifted on his lap to see a dark expression pass his face, carved with tension and something else. Something terrifying. I had it handled. I chided Raven, shooting her a glare for saying too much. "You didn't have to smash a beer bottle into his skull." She settled back into the seat. "He's lucky I didn't do more than that." "I know some self-defense moves that don't include beer bottles," I snapped at her. "Or going to jail." Raven rolled her eyes. "Well, it was worth it to see him limping away pathetically." The smile on her face was feral. "He won't have a pretty face anymore." "Assuming there's anything left of it," I muttered under my breath. The truth was that I didn't really care either way. He deserved what he got, but I didn't need my friends to always jump in and help me. I could take care of Phoenix and myself. "Reyna, you have to admit that guy was persistent," Isla said, coming to Raven's defense. "So am I," I said, waving my hand. "I did a year or 2 of jiu-jitsu." Isla almost choked on her spit. So did Phoenix. "You didn't participate in a single class." My sister signed. "Your sister's right," Isla said softly. "You spent the entire 2 years lecturing the instructor." "Well, violence is bad," I protested. "But his class was literally martial arts," Phoenix pointed out. It wasn't the first time. Isla and Phoenix had to drag me out of the class because Master Cho threatened to fail me. He didn't, of course. It was my civic duty to point out his flaws, I said defensively. Isla shook her head. "He was so sick and tired of hearing you nagging him about the wrongdoings of fighting that he disappeared to God knows where." "Anyway," Raven hissed, "back to the original topic. You might as well get used to jail cells because nobody grabs our baby's ass and gets away with it." I shot her a glare, my cheeks burning. "If you don't stop with the baby shit, I'm going to start calling you old lady." "God, I'm waiting for Raven to grow up, but I don't think that will ever happen," Athena grumbled. "Would you all shut up? I just want to shower and go to sleep." Eamon watched the whole exchange with interest. His arm lay casually on the headrest behind us, his fingers playing with my curls, and I fought the urge to sink into his touch. I was desperate for his hands on me, his mouth.
"I thought my evening was ruined,"
Dante said, rolling a cigarette with one hand. I assumed if we weren't in the car, he'd light it up.
But I stand corrected. This is pretty entertaining.
I sat up straight, everything forgotten. Our stuff is still at the beach. Eamon shook his head.
I had it all retrieved.
Thank God, I muttered. Grandma wouldn't have bought me another phone if I lost this one. 6 months ago, I dropped my phone while taking a selfie on my balcony. It had bounced off the balcony, through the 3-inch gap, and fell to the pavement. It shattered beyond repair. You'd have thought it was Grandma's favorite china set I'd smashed. Fuck the phone, Athena said. I was terrified we'd have to take the train or hitchhike back to Paris wearing nothing but our bathing suits. If people stopped for us in winter gear, they definitely would have stopped for us wearing bikinis. Yep, Raven would get us murdered one day. We would end up in the paper. I could see the headlines already. 5 reckless American girls chopped up and thrown out to sea. If my brothers find out, they'll kill me, Isla muttered. What am I saying? It's a matter of when, not if. She pushed a hand into her hair, her expression pale. Shit. Grandma will probably ground us for life and pull us out of the country, Phoenix signed. Then tell Papa so that he stops paying the tuition.
What did she say about your dad?
Eamon asked curiously, while Dante stared at her like he was being paid to do it. I flicked a surprised glance at Eamon, hoping that he was still my boyfriend after the stunt we'd just pulled. Before I could open my mouth, Dante answered.
Don't worry about anyone knowing. We wiped the records clean, so nobody aside from us will know you got arrested today.
And the asshole with the cracked head, Raven reminded him. He seems like the type to run his mouth.
Not for long,
I thought I heard Dante say, but I couldn't be sure. Instead, I turned to meet Eamon's eyes. How did you know Phoenix said something about our father? He shrugged.
I started learning ASL,
he admitted. I knew it right there and then. Eamon Leone was it for me. For this life and the next.
40. Eamon. Darkness blanketed our room back on the yacht, though a golden halo surrounded Raina's sleeping form. The glow around her could be a trick of moonlight, but I didn't think so. The girl radiated sunshine, even in the pitch black of night. Happy birthday, Cinnamon Girl, I whispered. Almost as if she heard me, a soft sigh left her plump pink lips, and she stirred, but she didn't wake. The moment we returned, the girls crashed, except for Phoenix, who kept glaring at me and insisting her sister sleep with her. We didn't know where they'd planned on staying the night in Saint-Tropez, but it didn't matter. Dante and I didn't leave any room for negotiation, coming straight back to our yacht from the police station. We had plenty of space and could keep them out of trouble here. But Raina was the textbook definition of stubborn. In fact, Merriam-Webster should have her picture next to the word. After arguing with Phoenix and winning, she tried to convince me to give her her birthday present. Then, to ensure I understood what she wanted, she let her eyes travel over me without any reservation. Her ivory skin flushed as she'd said,
I don't want material things, Eamon Leone.
The woman would be the death of me. I had some honor, but I wasn't a saint. And still I refused her. Even when she pursed her lips and roamed her hands over me, I held firm. I'd be damned if I took her virginity and made her first time anything less than memorable. I wanted to be her first and her last. I wanted her every time. The knowledge made this possessiveness and obsession grow, fast and furious. Of course, I had big birthday plans for her in Paris, but they all went out the window now that we'd found ourselves in Saint-Tropez. So I'd make new plans. But first, I'd teach the fucker who dared grab her ass that you didn't fuck with my girl and live to tell the tale. My gaze swept over Raina's sleeping form. She looked like an angel on the black satin sheets. Her cheek rested on a curtain of her long blonde curls, the rise and fall of her breasts, and her long, slim legs giving me a glimpse of her flawless skin. Her shallow breaths filled the space of my bedroom on my yacht that I'd named after her, Cinnamon Girl. I was right to insist on no fooling around tonight. Definitely no sex. The moment Raina's head hit the pillow, her eyes fluttered shut, and she fell asleep, murmuring something about galaxies, just as she did the night she got roofied. Maybe she was a Star Wars fan. There were still so many things I had to learn about her, and I would, as soon as I handled the fucker. After looking into Dietrich, soon to be dead, I learned it wasn't a coincidence he targeted the Romero sisters. The prick worked for Perez Cortez. Darius did good by looking into him. My eyes, locked on her golden hair, sprawled over the black satin sheets, terrified that I came so close to losing her. As if she sensed my dark thoughts, she shivered, and I stepped forward to cover her up. I leaned over, inhaling her scent into my lungs, and pressed a kiss on her forehead. Sweet dreams. I'll be right back. And then I'd make the rest of her life a happy, memorable event. Fuck everything. Fuck my father, fuck my revenge, fuck the Omerta, and definitely fuck the Yakuza. My mother would understand. She would have to. I wasn't the richest man in the world yet, but I had enough to give Raina a life she deserved. I could support her through college, and even fund her if she wanted to start her own business. Whatever the fuck she wanted. A soft knock on the door pulled me from my dreams of the future that sounded hopeful for once. I turned and got the fuck out of the bedroom before I could convince myself to stay and watch her sleep. The fucker that touched Raina and her sister deserved to get sliced and diced, and I was going to make sure he got exactly that. An hour later, Dante and I were back at the police station, listening as the footsteps became louder and louder. You're obsessed with Raina Romero. Dante's voice pulled my gaze to him. I didn't bother correcting him. My feelings for her, and hers for me, were none of his concern. It will be your ruin. It's never good to be obsessed with a woman, or a man. Love in general is dangerous. And how would you know? He shrugged. Look at our father, our mother. In fact, look at anyone who ventured down that road. It always ends up fucking everything up. I flicked him an annoyed look. What are you going to do when you have to get married? I'll fuck her, then leave her, he remarked dryly. I don't need all that love bullshit. I didn't answer him. No matter what I said, he'd have a comeback. That was who Dante was when he got something into his thick skull. Returning our attention to the upcoming asshole, our gazes locked on the same door the girls had come through earlier tonight. But the feeling was entirely different. A few hours ago, we waited with worry. This time, we waited with rage. He was a man 6 feet under the moment he laid his hands on my Cinnamon Girl. Under no circumstance would I ever allow a man who touched her to live. No way, no how. And there he was, ruffled blonde hair, light brown eyes, 6 feet tall, and a smirk that told me he hadn't learned his lesson, that he dared to grope more girls. Dietrich, here. I waved him over. Fun's about to start, Dante muttered under his breath, grinning viciously. The smirk on the blonde prick faded, probably recognizing a slightly crazy person when he saw one. Except he was wrong. Dante was lots crazy. Dietrich's eyes bounced between Dante and me, his light brows furrowed, not recognizing us. With hesitant steps, he hobbled over, and I relished the slash across his forehead, probably the result of the beer bottle. He was also sporting a black eye, courtesy of Raina's punch. But that would be nothing compared to what was coming his way. We pulled up to a villa an hour's drive from Saint-Tropez, courtesy of Kingston, the Omerta ghost. Why did he have a villa in southern France? No fucking idea. Dante swerved left and right, jerking the wheel as he drove down the gravel road. A body slammed inside the trunk with each turn of Dante's wheel, and each time he smiled wider. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't as well. Dietrich, soon to be Deadtrick, would pray for it by the time we were done with him. Once we pulled up in front of the villa, I climbed out the passenger side, went around to the trunk, and opened it. Our captive was looking slightly more beat up, but not enough. It wouldn't be enough until he was dead and gone. We stopped outside the villa, and I walked up the main path, Dante at my back. Just as we approached the basement door, where Kingston kept all his gear, he appeared in the doorway. I guessed he wanted in on the lesson, or should I say, session. Ghost. I greeted him with a tilt of my chin. Bitter, Prince. I let out a sardonic breath as realization slammed into me. I hadn't felt very bitter since crossing paths with Raina again, since I felt her lips on me. We're ready for some fun, Dante announced, dragging Dietrich by his blonde hair. Kingston folded his arms in front of him. What did he do? Groped my girl, I hissed, refused to accept her no as an answer. I saved his even bigger offense for last. And he intended to deliver her to Perez Cortez. Kingston's cold expression turned to stone. The whole underworld knew what Perez Cortez did to women. He moved aside, letting me pass. We all hated bullies, but assholes who didn't understand a simple no fell into a completely different category. My eyes scanned the staircase that led downstairs. Once in the concrete room, Dante dumped the body in a heap on the ground. Dietrich's head snapped up, his eyes slightly dazed. His face was red as fuck, and the twat was sweating, drops dripping down his mottled skin and crashing onto the cold gray floor beneath our feet. Fear flashed in those light browns, but it wasn't nearly enough. I glanced at my brother behind me and gave him a short nod. Get fucking ready to play. I didn't move as Dante's rage filled the room, readying to unleash hell on this cunt. While I mastered controlling my emotions from an early age, Dante relished in letting them consume him. Bottom line, he was impulsive as fuck. Placing my mouth near his ear, I said quietly, Wrong girl, fucker. You touched the wrong girl. He tensed, his eyes darting to Kingston. He was more likely to get mercy from the devil than Kingston. And you'll tell us what Cortez's plans are. Pushing the fucker back a step, I twisted his arm around his back, moved behind him, and grabbed a prick by his hair. That movement was all Dante needed. He gripped a knife in each of his hands and sliced through his shirt. Watch, I said calmly into Dietrich's ear. Don't be a pussy and look away. I pulled on his hair tighter, so he had the perfect view of what Dante was about to do to him. He fought my hold, but his weak ass had nothing on me. Dante smiled, unleashing all his crazy. He stabbed both knives into his thighs. A piercing scream shattered the air, and even the small basement window rattled. Kingston reached into his pocket and pulled out his pliers. "Fucker, you're nuts," Dante said, laughing like a maniac. "Why in the fuck do you have pliers in your pocket?" That was the pot calling the kettle black if I'd ever seen it. Kingston floated over as though on a cloud, pried Dietrich's mangled mouth open, and yanked out a tooth. I'd been used to blood and violence from a young age, but fuck if I'd ever feel unbothered seeing a person's mouth ripped apart. Needless to say, being a dentist wasn't my calling. "Man, that's gross," I gritted, blood spurting out of Dietrich's mouth. Kingston had a habit of keeping a tooth from every man he saw die or that he killed. Rumor had it that it was the only hobby he had growing up under Sofia Volkov's brutality. Just like my mother had said 1,000,000 times while raising Dante and me, there would always be someone who had it much worse than us. "Okay, now tell us what your boss's plans are with Reina Romero," I demanded, while blood dripped down his chin. He started crying. "I don't know," he stammered. "He just likes blondes. The other one he wanted as a way to blackmail her." Dark pools of rage flooded my senses until I shook with it. I couldn't allow my emotions to overtake me. Not yet. Instead, I pulled out a knife and rammed the blade into his thigh, leaving him with a new wound. Dietrich stiffened in my arms, crying out like the pussy he was. "Please," he screamed. "Please, I'll never touch her again. I barely grabbed her ass." Snot ran down his nose. "She started the fight. All I wanted to do was dance with the mute and use her to have her dumb sister follow me to the car." It was exactly the wrong thing to say. I laughed darkly and leaped at the man like a tiger pouncing on its prey. It pissed me off that he touched Reina. A scream rang as Dante slashed his blade across his cheek. His smile was a little wrong, and his fury very right. Nobody fucked with the Romero girls, and if I had to venture a guess, it infuriated Dante that the fucker called Phoenix mute. He claimed he didn't particularly like her, but I knew that Phoenix being degraded unleashed Dante's madness. My brother smiled cruelly and brought the knife down on the man's face again. "Dante, control yourself," I gritted. If he lost control, it'd take both Kingston and me to secure him, and I'd rather the Omerta didn't know how mad my brother really was. It's more torturous if we spread the pain over a longer period. "I can attest to that," Kingston chimed in coldly. "Fuck slow and easy," Dante muttered, and I pushed Dietrich to the ground, towering over him. It was all my brother needed. He jumped forward, smashing the fucker's wrist and breaking it with a bone-crunching crack. Dante beat on him like a madman. He kept punching him with his fists. Blood splashed over his clothes, and slowly but surely his white pants were drenched in red. My hand came to his shoulder, and he froze. He turned his head, and his eyes met mine. The familiar darkness lurked in his dark blue eyes. "When you're done with him, I'll cut out his tongue for speaking about her that way." Her. Phoenix or Reina, I didn't know. But I nodded nonetheless, knowing he needed that. I looked around until my eyes landed on some rope in the corner. "Get the rope," I said to Dante, knowing he'd ensure the fucker's wrists fell off when he was done tying him. I pointed to the metal spindles on the banister, meeting Kingston's gaze. "Okay if we tie his arms to the bottom of the spindles?" "More than okay." I carried a bloody Dietrich to the staircase, and Kingston tied his wrists to a couple of the metal spindles. The wall was high, and when he moved back, the fucker just hung there like a sack of potatoes. Dante pulled his knives out of the asshole's legs, then wiped them on his trousers, while Dietrich screamed and pissed himself at the same time. "I fucking hate when they piss themselves," Kingston deadpanned. "The stench." "Undo his shirt," I said to Dante. Kingston moved behind me, sitting down in the chair, content with watching the show he knew to expect. I turned back to our captive, his shirt already ripped open and his torso bared. Apparently, the fucker spent hours at the gym and thought himself every woman's dream, willing or not. Taking my own knife from my holster, the one my old man gave me for my 10th birthday, the one I'd used on my first kill and every kill afterward, I walked closer to Dietrich, stopping a foot before him to stare dead into his eyes. Silence filled the basement. I looked at Dante. "Want to let him hang?" Dante pointed the knife at his face. "Only after he's sliced and diced." "Fair enough." I pressed the tip of my knife into his fat cheek. "Let's begin." I didn't have to press hard before blood sprouted and ran down his face like crimson tears. A slow grin pulled on my lips. "The Cortez cartel will come for you if you end me," he spat. But he didn't know us. He didn't know what we represented. There were no cards to play when you ran into us. They're Brazilian mafia," I snickered. "And that's supposed to scare us?" Truthfully, Cayenne should eliminate his lunatic brother and take over. The world would be a much better place. "I'll be waiting." "You're fucking insane." "Wrong," I said, my tone cold as ice. "We're sadists," Dante chimed in. "It's what we were raised to be. But you?" He let the silence linger in the air for several heartbeats. "You trap innocent women and take them to a psychopath. Now we'll do to you what Perez Cortez does to women." Father's adversaries did a number on my brother. He claimed he didn't remember, but deep down, I was fairly certain he repressed the memories as a way to cope. So I let him work through it the only way I knew how, by letting him take out his anger with torture. Like he said, we were sadists. Some of us more than others, but I didn't elaborate. My thirst for vengeance had dimmed in the last several weeks. It had everything to do with Raina, and nothing to do with the document my mother so desperately needed. But this, I couldn't let it slide. To further prove his point, Dante slashed his knife across Dietrich's stomach, deep and hard. He screamed as blood oozed from the open cut. I grinned, then followed behind with 2 more slashes. "Now, Dietrich." I took a step back as he screamed bloody murder. "We've just cut your stomach, and soon your innards will spill from your gut." "No, please," he sputtered. My eyes hadn't left his pathetic form this entire time. He must have realized he was going to die. Dante rolled his eyes. "It'll be a long night." The fucker started screaming, kicking and bucking. He was only speeding up his death. Might be a good thing for him under different circumstances, but Dante's thirst for vengeance wasn't sated, not even close. So he marked him up. Every inch of Dietrich's skin had rapist carved onto it, while the fuckers screamed so loud the whole of Saint-Tropez would have heard us if the walls weren't insulated. On a final scream, his efforts failed, and his legs fell until his toes scraped against the concrete of the basement floor. In seconds, the slashes I'd made tore open, and out spilled his bowels all over the floor. And fuck, it made me feel good that one less fucker who didn't understand the meaning of no was gone.
41. Raina. The constant rocking made it hard to wake up. It soothed me, and each time I thought my eyelids would open, I was lulled back to sleep. It took a while for the sound of the waves to register through the fog of dreams. I sat up and found myself in a beautifully decorated stateroom. The events of last night rushed in, and my eyes darted around frantically until I found him. Eamon was asleep on the chair, his legs outstretched and his arms folded over his bare chest. He was in nothing but sweatpants, and suddenly I understood the appeal. Give me sweatpants on a man over jeans and a three-piece suit any freaking day. I brought my hand to my mouth to make sure I wasn't drooling. It'd be embarrassing to be caught in that state. My gaze trailed over his torso, those abs that I wanted to lick, taste, and kiss. Good Lord, I didn't know if my hormones were acting up or I was just, well, horny. Forcing my eyes to his face, I let out a dreamy sigh. He was so beautiful it hurt to look at him. His dark hair was tousled, and the sunlight streaming through the windows gave his bronze skin a deep glow. I returned my attention to the room. Last night, when he and Dante brought us on the boat, it was too dark to see it or appreciate it. Considering we missed our train back to Paris and our allowances didn't budget for the extortionate prices for hotel rooms here, Eamon's yacht was a godsend. Although you wouldn't have thought so from the way the girls grumbled, with my sister as the ringleader. They would have preferred to hitchhike back to Paris or sleep at the train station until the next scheduled departure for Paris. My eyes roamed over the room, decorated with luxury, taste, and comfort in mind, but there were no traces of personal effects anywhere. Probably because he doesn't stay here often, I told myself. Careful not to wake Eamon, I got up and walked into the bathroom. Here I could see traces of him. Cologne, toothbrush. There was even one still in the package, and before I could debate whether it was okay to use it, I unwrapped it and brushed my teeth. I turned on the shower and let the water warm up before stripping out of the shirt and bikini I still wore. I stepped under the water and let it beat down on me, cleansing away my first, and hopefully last, taste of jail and salty air that clung to my body. Once I shut off the shower, I felt so much better. I dried myself off and spotted a robe hanging on the door. I slid it on, despite it being 5 sizes too big, and inhaled the familiar scent. I made it back into the room and found Eamon awake. "Did I wake you?" He shook his head, watching me with an intensity that had my heart skipping. I made my way over and stopped in front of him. The closeness of him and the scent of his robe all around me hummed in my blood, sating a deep longing inside my heart.
"What's on your mind, Cinnamon Girl?"
he asked, his voice softer than velvet. "You," I blurted out, and instantly felt heat flush to my neck and cheeks. It was the truth, though. The 6-year-old never forgot the boy with galaxies in his eyes. Mama died, and he receded into a dark corner, but then we crossed paths again. First when I was 14, and now 4 years later. There had to be something here if life kept putting us on each other's path. Right? He let his gaze travel down my body.
"Are you wearing this today?"
The corner of my lips curved up, and I smoothed my hand down his robe. Why not? I think I look good in it.
"You look good in everything,"
he drawled.
"But your sister might lose her shit."
I sighed. Good point. My eyes darted around the room to find my bag. I only had my bikini and the dress I wore to the beach, since we hadn't been expecting to stay longer. He stood up, took my hand, and led me to the closet. When it opened, it was packed with clothes in different shades of pink. Shoes in white, pink, green. Accessories. I couldn't believe my eyes as I traced my fingers over everything. Vera Wang, Valentino, Chanel, Lily Pulitzer, Miu Miu. Holy shit. I turned to him, my eyes wide. When did you have time to get all this?
After you went to sleep.
But... My eyes flicked to the closet, then back to him. There's so much. No stores are open in the middle of the night. He gave me a secretive smile, smacking my butt gently.
I have my ways. Now go get dressed.
10 minutes later, we made our way to the deck. The girls sat around the table at the pool, breakfast being served to them. All the girls wore shorts and tank tops, and I slid my hand into Eamon's. Thank you for getting us clothes.
Of course. They're your family and friends.
My heart swelled at his thoughtfulness, and I squeezed his hand. He ran his thumb over the vein on my wrist, like he knew he was my lifeline. I was floating in the ocean of love, my curly hair splayed out around me, and I didn't care whether I drowned. Will you make love to me later? I whispered, my heartbeat racing. It was corny as fuck, but damn it, I saw plenty of romantic movies and read cheesy romance novels to have some romance in my heart.
Hi.
When I gave him a questioning look, he added,
Yes.
And I beamed like the sun on a clear summer day while the whole world faded away, until an abrupt noise startled us both. Phoenix pushed the chair away from the table and prowled over, pushing her phone into my chest. She looked pissed. What? Never in my life had I seen Phoenix speechless. She was good at expressing herself, at least to me, but it would seem she lost that ability today. Eamon made his way to the table and pulled out a chair for me. I lowered myself on it as my eyes flickered to the rest of the girls, searching their faces for an explanation. Raven rolled her eyes. Athena gave me a sheepish smile. Your grandmother has been calling you, Isla explained, and she's been FaceTiming Phoenix like every 2 minutes, but your sister hasn't just let it ring out. She's been declining the calls so the old dragon knows she's purposely not answering. I sighed. Then the text messages started streaming in. Hesitantly, I took my sister's phone just as it buzzed. A text message came up. Answer your fucking phone or I'll pack up the triplets and you and Raina will be babysitting for the summer. I scoffed, as if Alexander would ever let those triplets out of his sight. I muttered under my breath. You call her and handle it, Phoenix signed, frustration clear on her face. Call, don't FaceTime. Can I use your phone? I'm not sure where mine is. She nodded and returned to her spot at the table. If she asks to talk to me, say I'm unavailable for the foreseeable future. Phoenix was seriously mad at our grandma. It had been happening frequently over the last 2 years. My finger hovered over Grandma's name and I exhaled heavily, then pressed call. She answered on the first ring. Hello, Grandma, I greeted. She'd know it was me since Phoenix wouldn't just call her. FaceTime or texts were her go-to for obvious reasons. Raina, where are you? I opened my mouth to answer, but before I could say a thing, she continued her rant. Do you know how worried I was? Her voice increased in pitch with each word spoken. I shifted the headset away from my ear for fear of losing my hearing. I thought you were dead, my baby, and on her 18th birthday. We slept in. Raven slapped her forehead. Athena shook her head vigorously. I blinked in confusion. Eamon looked just as confused, while Dante leaned back his chair, a flicker of boredom on his face. Something told me that bored Dante was equivalent to a ticking bomb, although I had nothing to base it on. We told her we're in St. Tropez, Athena whisper yelled. Why would you do that? I mouthed. Raven and Phoenix rolled their eyes. I slipped? Isla admitted sheepishly, signing at the same time for Phoenix's benefit. I didn't expect her to call me, and it just came out. Yeah, she thought she was in a confessional booth, Raven said. Raina, are you listening to me? Grandma's voice came through. Shit, I missed whatever she said. Yes, sorry. My whole body tensed, realizing I was no good at bullshitting. She would sniff it out from miles away. Actually, no. I wasn't. What did you say again? That got another stream of berating words scolded my way. I pulled the phone away from my ear slightly. Eamon's hand came to my thigh under the table, squeezing in comfort. "What are you doing in St. Tropez?" she demanded. My eyes darted to the girls, not wanting to answer differently from what was already told to her. I covered the mic and whispered, "Did you tell her why we're here?" Isla shrugged. "We told her we surprised you for your birthday." I nodded. "The girls surprised me for my birthday," I told Grandma. "It's just you girls?" she questioned. "Yes, just us girls." Dante's gaze flicked to me, as if to say, "Busted, liar." But I ignored him. It was then that I caught Phoenix's eyes on him. Longing. She watched Dante with such longing in her eyes, leaving me speechless. "Who else did you expect?" I asked, absent-mindedly. Grandma scoffed. "Knowing the girls, they'd surprise you with a Chippendale show." "Well, it was nothing as exciting as a Chippendale," I retorted dryly, although it was debatable if getting arrested fell into the same category. Not that I'd ever ask her. "I sent your birthday present to your apartment," Grandma grumbled. "It would have been nice to know you weren't going to be there." My shoulders slumped. "Sorry, Grandma. I didn't know either." "Has your birthday been good so far?" she questioned, her tone lightening already. My eyes found Eamon's, and I smiled softly. "Yes. Thank you." "Happy birthday, Raina." "Thank you. Your mama would be so proud." Her voice lowered, as if she were scared it would crack, and all her emotions would pour out. The first and last time I saw her cry was when Mama died. "You know that, right?" I swallowed, my chest tightening. "Yeah." "Here, Grandpa Glasgow wants to talk to you. So do Livy and Alexander." "Love you, baby." "Love you too." For the next 20 minutes, I got a round of happy birthdays. Livy's teasing, the triplet screaming, and Alexander's gruffness.
"If you girls need a place to stay in southern France, I can have a car take you to ours,"
Alexander offered. He was a successful and extremely loaded businessman. Grandma let it slip once that Alexander dismantled the publishing company that had belonged to Livy's mother. Needless to say, their start was rocky. "Thank you, Alexander, but I don't want to accidentally touch a surface you and Livy have had sex on, so we're good." He let out a chuckle, a rare sound from him.
"A teenager shouldn't have such thoughts."
I scoffed. "I bet you didn't have them at my age. Besides, I'm legally an adult now." His silence was answer enough. "Okay, I'm done with birthday wishes. Save me from Grandma and tell everyone we got disconnected. Just tell her I'll see her at the end of the summer, okay?"
"Yes, leave me to the dragon,"
he grumbled. "You can handle her. Bye." I ended the call and slid the phone across the table to Phoenix. "Not too painful." She rolled her eyes. "When she learns we were arrested, it will be." We'll worry about that when the time comes. Hopefully never, if what the boys said was true and they had it wiped. Dante braced his elbows on the table, his head following Phoenix's and my interaction. My sister must have noticed too because she glared at him. "What are you staring at?" He didn't respond, just smiled. He seemed more relaxed today than other days I'd seen him. Although the staring had to stop. Phoenix had always hated attention. It set her on edge. "Don't stare," I muttered under my breath, warning him. She hates that. Frankly, most of the girls do. Dante's gaze lazily turned to me, as if to say, "So what?" And something about it just rubbed me the wrong way. "Don't cry to me when she pushes you off the boat." Dante's lips tugged into a smile.
"That's a good idea,"
he said lazily.
"We can all go swimming. I'll have our captain put the slide out."
I translated what he said to Phoenix, then reached for my orange juice. "What does he mean about a slide?" she asked. I shrugged as I took a sip of my drink. "Hopefully not his dick." I almost choked on my orange juice. Damn, that was funny. Phoenix was generally a peaceful person until you pissed her off. It made me wonder what Dante had done.
"What did she say?"
Dante asked curiously, his eyes darting between us. My lips pressed into a thin line. There was no chance I'd comment on his dick. Of course, it was Raven who was happy to be the translator when it came to anything inappropriate. She said that if by slide you mean dick, she'll chop it off. Then, all casual, she threw a strawberry into her mouth. A round of snickers followed, and I shot an apologetic look at Eamon. He and Dante were close. Sorry, I murmured. She's joking, of course. Eamon didn't seem worried. He leaned back and winked. Oh, the giddy jolt inside my chest whenever this man was around. He pinned me with his gaze, full of unspoken promises and whispers of passion that had my lower belly fizzing with warmth.
Let them figure their shit out,
he deadpanned. My smile widened, and I didn't even try to rein it in. This happiness and lightness I felt when I was with him was one of a kind. I trusted him unconditionally, and there was something riveting about it. My own Prince.
Do you want to go swimming in the azure waters of the south of France for your birthday?
He asked.
Today's your day. We'll do whatever you want.
Swimming sounds good when you put it that way, I murmured softly, my eyes falling to his lips. Although, I'd like sex more, I added quietly. He answered by cracking out a loud laugh, and 5 sets of eyes darted to us.
What's so funny?
Dante demanded. Yes, we'd like to know too, Isla claimed, her eyes shining like emeralds. We'd all like to laugh. Eamon and I shared a fleeting glance, but remained silent. Be careful, Phoenix signed, staring at me. I don't want you to get hurt, and the Leone family has a tendency to do that. My sister's expression became troubled, and yet again I wondered what had happened to make her say that. Was she referring to Angelo Leone, or maybe the son who looked so much like his father? It couldn't be Eamon, otherwise she'd have come to me by now. What do you know? I asked, my signing movement stiff. This time I didn't speak the words out loud. She tilted her head, an odd contemplative expression on her face. For a moment I thought she'd tell me, and I swallowed, my throat thick. But even more terrifying, a thought occurred to me. I'd never give up Eamon, for anyone or anything. She stared at me, her expression unreadable and foreign to me. I breathed in the salty air, the breeze caressing my skin. The gentle sound of waves lapping against the yacht soothed my soul, but the current between us made this moment tense. My tangled curls blew in the breeze and my heart clenched. I stared at my sister. I didn't like seeing her troubled, and something was clearly bothering her. But then her expression turned serene, and she plastered on a smile. Nothing. Happy birthday, sis. I love you. 42. Raina. The captain anchored the boat in a little cove nearby. La Moute was one of the most untouched beaches along the coast between Saint-Tropez and Pampelonne, but it was somehow still a secluded spot. How has this gem remained such a secret? Athena asked in awe.
The council protects it by keeping it limited to the locals. Apparently, keeping our yacht anchored year-round qualifies us as locals,
Eamon answered, as his gaze met mine.
Want to explore?
Is that even a question? The sun sparkled across the water, tempting us all in. The boat rocked gently, telling us the water was calm enough to let us explore the unspoiled seabed. We lathered ourselves in sunscreen, and when Eamon offered to apply it on my back, I jumped at the chance, eager to feel his hands on me. I wore my bikini from yesterday, while listening in the distance to a string of Italian curses. I looked over my shoulder at Eamon. What's that about? He just rolled his eyes, never ceasing his movements, ensuring he wouldn't miss a single inch.
Dante wants steak for dinner. Chef said he's making seafood and has already prepared tonight's menu.
He doesn't like seafood? I questioned him.
Allergic to it.
Oh. We geared up with a mask and snorkel, made our way onto the back deck, and crept up the lower platform, ready to jump in. Below us, the water was like a jewel. It was so clear and translucent, it was almost like looking through a kaleidoscope made up of turquoise, vibrant greens, and dark blues. This is amazing, I said. I could hear water splashing, telling me the girls had made it in. I couldn't see them from here, so it was as if the two of us were alone in the world.
On the count?
Eamon drawled, holding my hand.
1, 2, 3.
We leapt. The water was cool against my skin as we plunged in. It sucked the breath from my chest and loosened my worn bikini top, which I quickly held onto with my free hand. A one-piece would have been the wiser choice for diving, but the feeling of the water against my bare breasts made me feel alive and free. As we reached the depths, my feet caressed the bottom of the sea, where the water was refreshing. With my eyes closed, I reveled in the quiet, feeling the current rippling gently around me. Kicking off the bottom, I rose easily and burst through the surface with my face turned to the sky. Salt hit my tongue as I opened my mouth to drag in a breath. We snorkeled a bit, inching our way to the shallow waters. I pulled my mask up and wiped excess water from my eyes. When I opened them, I was met with Eamon's rapturous smile, his arm outstretched and pulling me up to the rock he was perched on.
You love the water,
he claimed, and I laughed, unable to contain my joy at the simple pleasure. There was a brief period in time where surfing was my go-to sport. Truthfully, I could give up the surfing part easily. It was the feel of the ocean and the quiet comfort of experiencing life beneath the sea that was impossible to give up. I do love it, I admitted, grinning wide, although my top is about to be set loose.
You could go topless, like the French,
he rasped, his eyes darkening and sending my heart racing. I'm not French, I explained in a choked voice, trying to shake the image.
Then let me fix it for you,
he offered. I turned my back to him as he tightened the bikini strap around my neck. I watched the navy hull and bright white of the yacht deck, giving me a majestic picture of luxury. I'd happily splay out on this warm rock in the sun with Eamon's hands on me forever. Eamon warned we couldn't go far from the boat on our snorkel adventure. The tender wasn't close by since apparently the chef was rushing back to shore to get the steak for Dante, but the currents were strong. Being able to float along the surface of the crystal clear water at a depth of what I assumed to be about 30 or 40 feet was mesmerizing, but it gave me peace of mind to know we could rest here to catch our breath. It was incredible to see the sandy and rocky bottom and the small silver fish with yellow tails that darted about here and there. The cloudless blue sky and perfectly unmarred horizon took up almost all my view, making me believe we were in paradise. Just the two of us. The lightness in my chest felt so good, warm from the sun and sweat pooling on my neck. I suggested we slink back into the water to refresh. Treading water, I turned and wrapped my arms around his neck while his arms came around my waist. This is the best birthday ever, I whispered, bringing my face close to him. Thank you. His lips brushed lightly against mine, letting me taste salt and something else that was uniquely him.
Happy birthday, baby.
My mouth tugged, and I realized we were both smiling, our lips molding to each other. Baby, huh? I teased. You have so many nicknames for me, and I've yet to think of even one for you.
You have one for me,
he pointed out. When I frowned in confusion, he added,
Bitter Prince.
I let out an annoyed breath. That's not really a cute, loving nickname.
Your father gave it to me.
I could see the regret the moment those words left his mouth. I remembered he'd told me that before. I overheard Papa on the phone all those years ago, referring to Eamon as Bitter Prince. I tightened my grip around him and wrapped my legs around his waist. You can be my prince, I murmured, pressing a kiss to his lips. Never a bitter prince. Don't worry, if I ever hear my papa call you that again, I'll give him my 2 cents. He chuckled.
Of that, I have no doubt, Cinnamon Girl.
When is your birthday? I asked, wanting to change the subject. I didn't want any shadows or ghosts between us today. I'd deal with them tomorrow, pick them off one by one. Maybe it was naive and corny, but I was all in. He was it for me.
November,
he answered, trailing his mouth over my jaw and down my neck.
November 16th.
I tilted my neck, a light shudder rolling down my body. I'll have to top this for your birthday. He nipped my neck gently.
I don't care about topping anything. Just be here for my birthday.
Pulling slightly away, our gazes locked. I promise I'll be here for your birthday, I vowed, the blue sea serving as our only witness.
I'll hold you to your promise, Reina Romero.
I heard a loud laugh in the distance, and we both turned in time to see Isla and Phoenix settle themselves at the top of the slide hanging off the upper deck and push off. They both screeched the whole way down, their bodies plunging into the water with a splash. I waited until they came up, gasping like fish out of water and making us laugh.
Want to give it a try?
Eamon offered, and I shook my head. No, I like it better here. The yacht drifted slowly, and the name, which I hadn't noticed before, came into view. My eyes widened as the words and accompanying symbol registered. Eamon. The name, I stuttered. The symbol. I could feel his body tense and my gaze found him. How? Why? It seemed I was unable to articulate the words.
I think it's always been you, Cinnamon Girl.
His voice was husky and deep, doing so many things to my insides.
I just didn't know it.
But the kanji symbol, I started, my hand coming to my neck. I tensed, touching only my bare skin. I brought my other hand up, feeling around frantically.
What's the matter?
My mother's necklace. My stomach clenched. Panic flared. My eyes darted around, looking through the clear water. We hadn't moved that much, had we? I had it on. I breathed, every little sparkle catching my eye from the surface. I never take it off.
Slow down.
Eamon's voice pierced through the panic. His hands came to my face and cupped my cheeks.
We'll find it.
I can't lose it, Eamon, I muttered.
We'll find it.
The conviction in his voice calmed me, although deep down I knew finding a piece of jewelry in the sea was like looking for a needle in a haystack.
Let's swim aboard, and then I'll come back to look for it. I'll get a few crew members to help too.
Okay. We swam back to the boat where Dante stood. He took one look at me, my chest rising and falling before he said,
What happened? She lost her necklace. Keep an eye on her.
Eamon ordered.
I'll grab some of the crew and look for it. A necklace?
Dante seemed confused. My bottom lip trembled. I'd never taken her necklace off, even when I surfed. It was her last gift to me, and I cherished it.
How much is it worth?
I blinked, my tears burning the backs of my eyes. Not much, I whispered, my fingers reaching for my neck and then stopping mid-air. It wasn't there.
Then why the panic? Just let it go. Hell, I'll buy you another one if Eamon won't.
I swallowed. It was my mother's. My panic was skyrocketing as the memories gripped my throat. She gave it to me while she was dying, I admitted, tears starting to stream down my face. Dante gave me a strange look, but I didn't care. Eamon pulled me into his chest, our bodies still wet from the water.
I'll find it. I promise.
I hung onto his words, trying to ease my inner turmoil. Nodding, I murmured something that must have reassured him.
Should I get her friends and her sister?
Dante offered, but I snatched him before he could take another step. No, I shook his arm. Please don't. Let them be. I'd rather my sister not witness the panic attack that was starting to bubble up. I hung on to Eamon's and Dante's calmness, but I could feel the ripple of it slowly building.
Are you sure?
Eamon asked, watching me worriedly. I nodded and even managed to smile. Yes. I must have been convincing because within the next 2 minutes he was back in the water with a few of the crew members, and I was under Dante's charge. Eamon warned his brother to keep an eye on me while I stared at the clear blue water. I tracked his movements while trying to calm my breathing, watching his hue of dark hair bobbing around as he directed the search effort. My eyes were having a hard time focusing, though, and the trembling started. Not now. The words kept repeating over and over again in my brain. Please, not now. I wrapped my arms around my sides and held on tightly, trying to control my breathing in and out. My lungs burned as my whole body shook, and I had no way of stopping it. I was about to break down on the deck of Eamon's yacht on my birthday.
Breathe, Raina.
Dante's voice penetrated through the fog. He shifted me so we stood facing each other. An invisible fist wrapped around my throat, squeezing it hard and blocking any intake of air. My pulse was in my throat. I felt weak, the need to slide to the floor and pull my knees to my chest overwhelming. My knees gave out, but before I could collapse, Dante's fingers grabbed my upper arms and held me upright.
Breathe, or I'll have to resort to drastic measures, and you won't like them.
I met his eyes and noticed they weren't as dark as I originally thought. They were midnight blue.
Now,
he commanded firmly. I gulped down air, the sound like a wheeze against my cramped throat.
Good. Now exhale.
I followed his direction, breathing slowly until my heart rate returned to normal. His voice was different from Eamon's, but just as deep and strangely soothing. His hands remained on my upper arms while he watched me, seeing too much. But there was something in his gaze that told me of the demons he carried too.
See? All better.
His expression changed. Or maybe in my panic I hadn't read him right, because now his expression told me he couldn't be paid enough to care. He released me, taking a step back. I swayed, blinking at his abrupt mood change. Heartbeats stretched into minutes, and deep down I knew that, just like Phoenix, Dante didn't like people staring at him. Yet I stood there, unable to look away, staring at his demons, my own forgotten. Thank you. 2 simple words, but something about them, or my inquisitive look, had his expression closing and turning so cold that goosebumps rose on my skin. He reminded me of his father, more than I cared to admit. While Eamon held no resemblance to Angelo Leone, Dante was his spitting image. I wondered whether his cruelty mirrored his father's too, because I'd heard that Angelo Leone was notorious for the torture of his own family.
43. Eamon. Did Raina watch her mother die? It sounded like it. And why would Grace Romero give her daughter a necklace that belonged to her husband's old flame? It was clear there was something fucked up going on. But first, I'd find my mother's necklace and ensure Raina calmed down. The panicked look in her eyes, it gutted me from the inside, as if I needed additional confirmation that I was fucked when it came to this girl. I couldn't handle her tears, never mind anything else she suffered. You're obsessed with her. Dante's earlier words haunted me. He saw what this girl meant to me, how she turned me inside out without even trying. A shimmer caught my eye, and I dove once more. We'd been at this for the past hour, but I was determined. We weren't pulling the anchor until we found the necklace. I'd yet to give her the kanji symbol pendant I'd bought to join the one around her neck, and I'd be damned if her birthday was ruined on my watch. The second I reached the seafloor and reached for the shining item, I knew the search was over. The tiny pebbles and dainty piece of jewelry in my palm, I kicked my way back to the surface. I inhaled oxygen into my lungs and cleaned it off. The clip didn't look sturdy, probably the age of it, but I planned to remedy it with my birthday gift to her. I swam back to the yacht. My brother and Raina still in the same spot, her long curls whipping against his shoulder, and something in my chest clenched. They looked good together. Something about them seemed to fit. Still, I knew deep down that I'd kill my brother if he took her from me. I loved Dante, but that was one thing I would never give him. He had the Omerta seat. I gave that up gladly. I'd give up the Yakuza too, but I'd never give Raina up. I hated that my mother's words about Tommaso Romero haunted me, refusing to give me peace. Raina didn't watch Dante with hearts in her eyes. She didn't smile for him the way she did for me. All of her was mine, and mine alone. And that was one crown I wouldn't relinquish. Once on the deck, Raina rushed to me, barefoot and still wearing that tempting bikini. The soft curves of her body were hard to resist, but I didn't want to rush anything, for her sake. Her sapphire eyes watched me, filled with hope, while her bottom lip trembled.
Anything?
I opened my palm, and a relieved sigh left her plump lips. She threw herself at me, her warm body soaking up the droplets of water from mine.
Thank you,
she murmured, her mouth angled toward her chest as her shoulders slumped.
You have no idea how much it means to me. Thank you so much.
I was starting to get an idea how much it meant to her, and where the source of Raina's panic and anxiety lay. But that was a discussion for another day, not her birthday. "You're welcome." I met my brother's eyes over her head, his expression somber and disapproving. He thought the girls were a distraction, but I disagreed. We'd get that document my mother needed, and then we'd let our folks figure out their own shit. They couldn't expect us to live in the past. "Thanks for staying with her, fratello." He nodded before turning around and leaving us alone. Raina lifted her face to mine, her cheeks wet and her eyes shimmering.
"I'm so grateful you found it."
"You know that necklace can be replaced," I said softly, wiping her cheeks dry. She shook her head.
"Some things are priceless. This is one of them."
She lifted on her toes and pressed her lips to mine.
"And so are you, Eamon Leone. I love you."
God, this girl, woman, whatever she was, the way she wore her heart on her sleeve was my undoing. Yes, she was beautiful. Yes, she was charming and delightful to talk to. But it was her heart that shattered my walls and my will. I brushed the tip of my nose against hers. "I love you too, Raina, my cinnamon girl." It was the truth. I loved her more than I could hate her father for what he'd done to my mother. My love for her rivaled even what I felt for my mother. She who taught me about honor and the importance of family. But Raina, whether she knew it or not, taught me how to let go of the things that festered within. "You and me," I said, her eyes holding mine. She made me soar, lighter than ever before. She made me forget the past, revenge, and all the problems piled on by our parents. It left me alone with her, and that was all I needed.
44. Raina. He loves me. Eamon Leone loved me. He said so, and those 3 little words spilled into my chest, soaking into every vein leading to my heart. I always knew I loved Eamon. I loved his smiles. I loved his beautiful heart. I loved how he kissed me, his intelligence, his vulnerability, his romantic ways, although he tended to hide them behind a stony expression. And most of all, I trusted him. I trusted him to not break my heart. As I watched the girls gathered around, teasing and laughing hysterically, his words sang in my heart and my head. This was happiness. This was being in love, and I'd hang on to this feeling forever. The day started off with the excitement of my grandmother's call and took a sharp turn with my lost necklace. But all was well that ended well, and by lunchtime the yacht was making its way down the coastline. The girls lay on the swim deck, soaking in the bright sun. It had been a while since my sister was this happy. Seeing it brought joy and relief to my chest.
"Lunch is ready,"
the chef called, and my friends leapt up. I smiled, knowing they'd eat him out of his job in the kitchen. Unlike other girls, we never shied away from food. We loved eating, although our cooking skills were rather poor. I stood and followed the scent of food while my friends climbed the short built-in stepladder. One of the crew members handed them fluffy navy and white striped towels. "There you are," Isla exclaimed. "We were wondering whether you were having some hanky-panky time." Raven grinned, winking mischievously. I just rolled my eyes, not dignifying them with a response. Phoenix's eyes met mine. "You okay?" I smiled. "Yes, more than okay." She left it at that, but I knew she was worried about Eamon breaking my heart. I knew he wouldn't, though. If anything, he was responsible for making my heart happier each day. "Where are Eamon and Dante?" Athena asked as she reached for a large baguette and filled it with ham before even sitting herself down at the table. "They had a call to handle," I told them. Raven rolled her eyes but said nothing. We all sat ourselves around the table on the back deck. There were a couple of large baguettes, salami, cheeses, and a large niçoise salad with green beans, boiled eggs, olives, and tuna over luscious green leaves. The girls eyed it suspiciously. None of us liked green beans. The chef must have noticed us staying away from it because he pointed at the large bowl.
This is healthy.
All of our noses scrunched. That's the first thing wrong with it, Athena noted, reaching for the salami.
Don't girls eat healthy?
Another crew member questioned, looking at us and smiling. That would be a hard pass, Raven told him. You eat healthy and see how full you are. Give me salami and prosciutto any day. The chef looked so taken aback that we all burst out laughing, making him grin ruefully. I poured us sparkling San Pellegrino. Make sure you drink water, I said, tucking a stray hair behind my ear, then continued speaking and signing. You've been in the water for a long time. Oh, Isla said, signing at the same time for Phoenix. There is Mother Reyna coming to whip us into shape. When she starts cleaning, trouble lurks, Raven pointed out. Let her mother us with fluids all day long as there's no cleaning involved. A round of snickers followed. Leave her alone, Phoenix ordered, narrowing her eyes on them in feigned fury, or you'll have to answer to her big sister. I chewed my piece of salami before reaching for more. The chef and the crew disappeared, leaving us alone. No sooner had the last one disappeared from earshot than the interrogation began. How is the sex with your hot boyfriend? Athena asked, grinning like a fool. Is he making you scream? Isla fanned herself. 'Cause mama, that boy is hot. I'm more into older men, but that one? Not bad, Reyna. Not bad. I rolled my eyes, but my cheeks burned hot, and it had nothing to do with the heat of the sun. Has he asked for your virginal ass? Of course only Raven would ask that. There's such a thing as too much information. Phoenix cut in. Now, Reyna, there is only one question that needs answering. My shoulders slumped at their constant teasing. My sister could be as ruthless as Raven, so I prepared for the worst. Are you being safe? I released the breath I'd been holding. Yes. That one was easy to answer, especially considering we hadn't had sex yet. Good. That's all that matters, my big sister answered. And if he breaks your heart... Phoenix cleared her throat, as if choking up. We'll kill him. Isla finished for her, very satisfied with her threat. Phoenix nodded. That's right. We'll kill him. You don't have to worry about that, I said wryly, signing at the same time. Because he never will. Deep down, I knew Eamon was the one man who life would continue to steer me toward. He was my kryptonite. Once the girls were done teasing me about Eamon, they moved on to other topics, then made their way to the top deck. Raven retrieved a sketchbook out of who knew where and started drawing. Athena had her trusty leather-bound notebook and was probably scribbling some sexy scenes or scenarios for her next book. Phoenix and Isla relaxed on the couch. The two of them truly loved the music, while the rest of us attended the arts college to fulfill a promise or make someone happy. In Raven's and Athena's case, it was their mothers. I guess it was in my case, too. The sun was low, and the light hitting the coastline as we gently swayed in the water made my heart twist in contentment. I found myself longing for this exact feeling for the rest of my life. Happiness. I headed toward the separate deck, leaving the girls to chill. The gentle breeze coming off the sea was warm and pleasant. I could hear the girls splashing in the pool, laughing and squealing. Dante was probably in his room. Something was off about him and Phoenix. I didn't know what, but I could all but taste the tension brewing between them. The only thing I couldn't distinguish was whether it was good or bad. Up on the top deck, I watched the sun hover over the horizon. It almost felt like a different world up here. I stared at the front of the yacht, cutting into the waves. Every so often, the splash was big enough and droplets of the sea would make it onto my skin, sending a chill through me. I heard Eamon coming down the stairs, and something inside me relaxed at his proximity.
Having a good day?
Glancing over my shoulder, I let my eyes travel over his tall frame. It was the first time since we were children that I could remember him wearing shorts. White, top-of-the-line golf shorts and his signature black t-shirt, giving me a full view of his biceps.
Are you checking me out?
The corners of my lips tugged up. I can admire my boyfriend. His hands wrapped around me, and I leaned into his warmth. I turned to face the horizon, loving the feel of his chest against my back. I hope it's okay that my friends are crashing on your boat, too.
Of course. You're a package deal. I get that. But if they shadow us too much, I might have to get another boat to follow behind and separate us.
I twisted slightly, locking my eyes with his. You're joking, right? He shook his head wordlessly, the look in his eyes telling me he was dead serious. Impressive, I muttered, wondering how deep he really was in the criminal world. He called me out on it.
You don't sound all that impressed.
I shifted again, debating whether I should be honest, but then I had been honest with him so far, and he liked it, so I might as well continue. So, business in the underworld is good for you, huh? I felt him tense behind me, but he didn't pull away.
It's lucrative, but that's not the only way I make money.
When I didn't say anything, he continued, his chest rumbling against my back.
I have quite a few hotels, clubs, casinos, and ports. But yes, the capital I earned from the underworld helped to kickstart my legitimate businesses.
I remained silent, unsure whether to condone it or not. I'd seen and heard about a few dealings with my papa. None of them were pleasant. The surveillance footage of what happened to Eamon in my grandmother's Malibu home came back with a vengeance, and I shuddered.
You don't like it?
It wasn't a question or an angry statement. I twisted around to face him and wrapped my arms around his neck. It's dangerous.
So are many other professions.
I rolled my eyes.
There are no guarantees in life.
I know. Then, because I didn't want to talk about the underworld, I switched subjects. Where did you go to college? When I considered that maybe he didn't, my cheeks stained red. Did you? He chuckled.
Cambridge.
My eyes widened. Get out.
If I must.
He feigned being dismissed, then barely shifted when I yanked him back to me. Don't you dare leave. I was just surprised. You must be super smart. He shrugged.
Not really.
My brows scrunched. What makes you say that? He bent his head, brushing his nose against mine.
If I were smart, I wouldn't fall for you.
My heart fluttered and my soul sang. This must be what died and gone to heaven meant.
You are too good.
My mouth pressed against his, silencing whatever words were coming next. What he said was perfect, and I refused to let anything else come after it. He kissed me back, cradling my face, and a whisper of hope bloomed in my chest. That I was his forever, just as he was mine. It might seem too fast, too reckless, but I'd loved him since I was 6. It was a long time coming.
Happy birthday, my cinnamon girl.
He murmured against my lips, both of us breathing heavily. I was in a daze, and it took me a moment to realize he held a small box in his hand. Lowering my eyes to it, I still held onto his neck, my fingers gripping a handful of hair at his nape to pull his mouth back to mine. He refused.
Your gift first.
I let out a frustrated moan. You're the only gift I want. For all my birthdays. Now. And forever. His chuckle was throaty, punctuated by his hips pressing into mine, his erection hard against my stomach.
Open your gift, Rena,
he murmured, pressing a kiss to the tip of my nose.
Then we'll talk.
An exasperated breath left me. Talk about what? You waited for me to be 18. Now I am. For the love of God, Eamon, please deflower me. Amusement flashed in his eyes, and the stars in them shone brighter. Giddily, I took the credit for it.
This has to be a first. A girl asking a boy to deflower her.
I resisted the urge to roll my eyes.
Open your gift. The rest will come in due time.
I unwrapped the gift, the small box light in my hand. You know, today you had given me this beautiful dress. I pointed to what I was wearing. The shoes. How many gifts does a girl get for her birthday?
My girl gets many.
I was so deeply in love with him there was no chance of recovery. Hoping that my poker face was at least somewhat decent, I opened the box, and a pendant stared back at me. My hand fluttered to my necklace, the only Japanese kanji symbol I knew, the only jewelry I ever wore. I'd gotten plenty over the years, but I never wore them, feeling it would be a betrayal to take Mama's necklace off.
It could join your other pendant,
he murmured softly.
We can have them both put on one chain.
I chewed on my lip nervously. Are you sure? He nodded. What does it mean? A beat of silence passed before he answered.
It's the Japanese symbol ai, and it means unconditional.
A smile widened my lips and I blinked a few times, worried I'd start crying. I wasn't even particularly emotional, but this man had a way of bringing all my tenderness to the surface. "Thank you," I whispered, rising to my toes and pressing a kiss to his lips. "Can you help me put it on?" He nodded, and I turned around so he could unhook my necklace. Then he slid his pendant next to my mother's, and the world was right. 45. Reina. That evening, the boat was docked at a pier in Monaco, and the party was in full swing, just as the first week of July kicked off the height of the season. I had no idea who all these people were, but they all seemed to know who I was. They kept coming up to me and wishing me a happy birthday. One or two men even tried to lean in to kiss my cheek, much in the way of French fashion, but stopped themselves short when catching Eamon's glaring expression. It turned out my boyfriend had an extra possessive streak. I moved to face Eamon, looking dashing in his signature uniform with the sleeves rolled up to his elbows. His hand rested on my hip, his crisp scent of citrus and apples like a protective bubble around me. My friends and sister danced, nagging the DJ to switch songs from European techno to our fallback, Carrie Underwood, country songs. If his expression was anything to go by, he was cracking. I knew how persistent my best friends could be. A Carrie concert was where Isla, Phoenix, and I had met Athena and Raven all those years ago. My sister and I snuck out of the house to meet Isla in front of the concert hall, and, lo and behold, Athena and Raven did the same, except the two of them had driven from their freaking dorms in Nevada to attend the concert. We'd been best friends ever since. The song switched, and a grin spread on my face as the first beat of Cowboy Casanova sounded. That didn't take long at all. Once the last guest made his way away from us, I turned to face Eamon. His eyes trailed over me, starting at my legs and then moving up until our gazes locked.
You look beautiful.
You picked out the dress, I pointed out, my cheeks heating up. It might have been vain, but I liked his compliments. They matched the look in his eyes, full of emotion, and made me all mushy inside. Yes, I could see the lust in his gaze, but there was so much more. I liked the way he looked at me. It made my stomach churn and butterflies take flight. "Are you going to dance with me?" I asked, batting my lashes. I didn't give a crap if I looked ridiculous. I liked being playful with him. I turned around, tugging him along.
He doesn't dance,
Dante said, showing up out of nowhere. His words stopped me in my tracks, and my eyes flicked back to Eamon hesitantly. There was nobody on this yacht I wanted to dance with but him. Our slow dancing under the floating, lit-up lanterns rushed to my mind. That was dancing, wasn't it? Eamon's gaze found mine.
Ask me.
The deep timbre of his voice had my insides growing warm. The soft breeze and the country music had me relaxing and smiling like a woman in love. The inside of my chest felt like it would burst from all the feelings swimming around. "Dance with me? Please," I murmured softly, forgetting his brother and everyone around us. I didn't know why he threw a party for me. All I needed was him and my friends. That was enough. He took my hand and linked our fingers together. Once on the dance floor, I hooked my hands around his neck and our bodies moved slowly, despite the fast beat of the country song. "You really don't dance?" I asked.
I can't dance.
His admission surprised me. I was convinced there was nothing he couldn't do if he put his mind to it. "You're dancing now," I pointed out. "And that day with the lanterns." My body molded to his, my face closer to his, thanks to my 5-inch heels. I took his hands and dragged them down my body until they came to rest on my hips. "Besides, I can show you some moves."
I like dancing with you,
he murmured, his lips against my earlobe.
You're a good teacher.
Warmth spread through my veins, filling every corner of me. Nobody else mattered in this moment, and I wished we weren't here amongst strangers. I wished we were in a room, so I could feel his hands on my skin. "So are you. Do you know what this song is?" My heart hammered against my ribs as his breath brushed my sensitive earlobe.
A country song.
I grinned, and before I could say anything else, he added,
You'll have to give me more items from your bucket list.
The song switched to Miranda Lambert's Tin Man, and the tempo slowed. The lyrics were enough to break someone's heart. "You have a bucket list too, right?" I asked, lifting my head to study his expression.
I never thought to make one.
I grinned. I didn't either until one of the girls brought up her lap dance wish. His eyes danced with amusement as he listened.
That's an interesting one.
He brushed a thumb over my flushed cheek.
You better not have a lap dance on your bucket list. Unless it's with me. For me.
It was a beautiful night. The stars twinkled above us like diamonds, but they had nothing on the feel of this man in my arms. Of course. Embarrassment in the form of shaking my ass is reserved for your eyes only. It helps that you saw my ass hanging off the rail when Phoenix and I snuck out all those years ago. Eamon's laugh traveled over the breeze. The yacht was full of people, but it was as if we were the only ones in the world.
That was quite a sight to see,
he murmured softly. My cheeks glazed. Not the best first impression. He cupped my face and brushed my curls away from my face.
I disagree.
I rolled my eyes, but I couldn't keep the smile off my face.
Where did you sneak off to that day?
A concert, I admitted. A country concert. Our steps synchronized, and Eamon whirled me around as if we'd been dancing together for the past 100 years. He led just as expected, and my steps followed while my body tingled from his proximity.
Maybe that should be on my bucket list.
He teased.
A country concert.
That's a great first item to start with, I agreed.
I took the liberty of picking a song for us.
I grinned, excited to see what it was. I loved that he thought about us and that deep down he was so romantic. He glanced over to the DJ and gave a subtle nod. Then the tune started. Cinnamon in my teeth. Lana Del Rey, I murmured. His mouth skimmed over my forehead.
Cinnamon girl. It must have been meant for you. For us.
The guests were busy dancing, getting drunk, murmuring and throwing curious glances our way, but none of them mattered. I flashed him a mischievous smile, meeting his gaze. You know, you keep raising the bar for yourself. At this rate, what will you do in 10 years? Shut down a town so we can stroll through a romantic city? He smiled, his dark eyes raking over my face. The way he watched me hungrily, like he wanted to devour me.
That's not a bad idea.
I pressed my palm against his cheek. I'm going to have to come up with some romantic ideas to sweep you off your feet, too.
Too late for that.
I thought I heard him mutter, but the song ended, and I unwound my body from his. You have to give me some of your bucket list items, I demanded sternly, but my smile ruined it. You're making all my wishes come true. I want to make yours come true, too. His hand cupped the side of my throat, fingers gripping the back of my neck and his thumb rubbing against my erratic pulse.
You already have, Cinnamon Girl.
He brought his lips closer, brushing them against mine.
I love the way you watch me.
Ditto, I breathed. I was just about to ask him to take me to our room, to tell him I was done waiting, when the captain came up behind me.
Sir, you have a phone call.
Eamon's expression flickered with annoyance.
It's a birthday party.
Knowing how Papa randomly got calls that interrupted dinners and many other occasions, I shoved my shoulder gently into him. It's not his fault, I said softly. Go take care of that and I'll go check on the girls.
That's what worries me,
he said, flicking his chin in their direction on the other side of the deck.
They've been drinking like alcohol's going out of style.
I threw my head back and laughed. Don't worry, I won't be drinking. I intend to remember every single moment of this day and night. His eyes flared with heat. The night was giving me more confidence than it should. Or maybe it was just this man and the way my body responded to him. All I knew was that I was done waiting. Go take care of your business, I encouraged. Then come back to me. He bent his head, pressing his lips on my nose.
I won't be long.
I nodded, watching him weave through the crowd and disappear below deck. Gosh, the way you and Eamon stare at each other makes me want to... Raven mimicked a puking sound, along with a dramatic sigh and roll of her eyes. I mimicked an offended gasp, while Athena and Isla laughed. My sister studied me with a furrowed brow and worried expression. Come on, Phoenix. Stop giving me that look. I'm supposed to worry about my little sister, she reasoned. She's 20 months younger than you. Isla took a sip of her drink. Hardly a baby. And oftentimes she acts more responsible than the rest of us combined, Athena added, winking at me. I swallowed a laugh at their playful berating. The guests were still lingering, drinking and dancing. It was amazing how fast Dante and Eamon managed to put this party together. I appreciated it, but it wasn't necessary, even though it seemed like my girlfriends were enjoying it a great deal. I watched my friends and my sister begin to sway and dance. They laughed loudly, chatting and lip-syncing, ignoring all the glances thrown our way. It was always like this with us. Our group was in our own little bubble. Smiling, I made my way to the bar. Can I have a San Pellegrino, please?
Coming right up.
I watched him open a bottle and pour a glass of sparkling water before sliding it across the bar. I downed it in one gulp. Thank you, I smiled. I was parched.
Another?
He offered. Please.
Can I get you something else to go with that?
I tensed at the unfamiliar voice before turning my head to meet a pair of light brown eyes. Wrong shade.
Or maybe buy you a drink?
It's an open bar. That my boyfriend paid for was what I didn't say. I'm good.
You can't be,
he said dryly.
because you're missing me.
A smooth talker, I thought wryly. I had to stifle an eye roll at the cheesy comment. I assure you, I retorted in a cold voice, I'm not missing you. My boyfriend will be back any second. Amusement touched his lips.
I don't see a boyfriend here,
he said.
Only you, here by your lonesome.
His hand grabbed mine.
Let's dance.
I stiffened. No, thank you. The guy's grip tightened, and it was only then I noticed his dilated pupils. From the looks of it, he was drunk and high. His other hand came around my hip, and I startled at his boldness. What the hell are you doing? He grinned and slurred his words.
I've always wanted to bang an American.
His hand slid down my back and just about reached my ass when I shoved him away. I told you I have a boyfriend, and I'm not interested in you. He smiled wickedly.
Don't worry. I won't tell him.
A warm, familiar hand landed on my shoulder.
Her boyfriend is right here.
Eamon's voice, dark and turbulent with so much tightly leashed anger, came from behind me, and I thought it would combust into flames. I smiled before turning around.
Now take your hands off her, or I'll break them both.
Unfortunately, the guy was too drunk or too high to pick up on the anger rolling off Eamon. Instead, the idiot said,
Well, you can have her after I'm done with her.
1 second, the idiot was grinning stupidly, and the next, he was knocked out cold on the floor. Eamon's lethal stare poured ice down my spine as he stood above him, panting. When the guy stirred, awake after a few beats, Eamon said,
Touch my girlfriend again, and I'll slice you to pieces.
His eyes flicked over the crowd that had watched the whole encounter like it was an everyday occurrence. Dante was prowling his way through, a scary gleam in his eyes. For a moment I stood frozen, believing that maybe, or very likely, Dante Leone was crazy.
Are we having fun?
Dante asked, smiling cruelly while his eyes darted over me, then to the guy sprawled over the deck.
You'll be having fun. He's all yours.
Eamon gave his brother a pointed look, and I feared that I understood the unspoken words all too well. Then why didn't I say anything? I took Eamon's hand into mine, and he whirled around. His scent was powerful, all-consuming. I stared at him, losing myself and loving it. His eyes connected with mine.
Did he hurt you?
I shook my head. No, he just annoyed me, that's all. He turned his attention to the stumbling drunk who was scrambling to his feet and failing miserably. Dante had him by his shirt, dragging him away like a sack of potatoes. The look on Eamon's face promised a brutal beating, and he leaned forward, as if he intended to follow him. I didn't want tonight to turn into a fight. Let your brother handle him, I heard myself say, and it was at that moment I realized that maybe I had some darkness in me after all. Tugging Eamon away, my eyes darted around to find everyone watching us, and Dante, who casually sauntered off, dragging the drunken fool behind him. Somehow I knew the guy would regret ever approaching me. Let's go, I whispered. When Eamon didn't react, I tightened my grip on his forearm, yanking him away from the spot that seemed to be attracting more and more eyes our way. Eamon. His eyes met mine, and I narrowed them. Don't even think about going after your brother. Because I knew he wouldn't be back for hours.
46. Eamon. The phone call from my cousin couldn't have come at a worse time. The idiot thought he could demand to use one of my product-moving routes for his flesh trading. A fucking moron. I was ending human trafficking, and the fucker was promoting it. I might have been extra agitated returning from that phone call, but the last thing I expected when I returned was to see some drunk fucker harassing Raina. So I overreacted. Dante would teach him a few lessons on human decency, get some more of his psycho out, and the idiot would learn some manners when it came to women. Win-win. Raina locked the door of the suite she slept in last night after practically dragging me by my arm through the deck. I'd let her do whatever she wanted, as long as she kept smiling. Although she wasn't smiling right now. I expected her to throw herself at me. She didn't. Instead, she sat down on the edge of the bed, letting silence fill the air. I wished I could read all her thoughts, but I learned that Raina was only an open book when she wished to be. Her blue eyes watched me, and a strange sense of unease filled me at the thought of saddening her. When her expression flickered with anxiety, I started to worry she was scared of me. I would never hurt you, or hit you. She shot to her feet and closed the distance between us.
I know. I've forgotten about that asshole already.
Relief washed over me. Tell me what's worrying you then. She bit her bottom lip, her cheeks flushing deep red.
Are we finally going to...
I grabbed her wrist and pulled her against me. I have never met a woman so adamant about losing her virginity. She peered up, her eyes glossy, velvet with desire, while a playful smile curved her lips.
I can't help it when my boyfriend is so damn sexy.
A ball of blazing heat shot through me, straight to my cock.
Don't you want me?
I do, but I don't want to rush it. She didn't seem nervous, but I worried about her being hurt. Her first time would be more painful than pleasurable, and the thought didn't sit well with me.
When you hold me, I'm alive,
she said, putting her hand on my chest. She let out an exasperated breath.
It's not rushing, Eamon. I'm dying here. Please don't make me wait anymore. You wanted to wait until I was 18. Now please, ravage me. Make me scream, all that crazy stuff.
I gave my head a subtle shake, fighting the grin that was threatening to take over my face. I'd have to remember to flip through one of Athena's novels one day. I scooped her up into my arms and strode to the bed. You know the first time will hurt, right? Her cheeks turned crimson, but she rolled her eyes.
Please don't do the sex ed talk.
The corner of my lips tugged up. We probably should. Sitting down on the edge of the bed, with her still in my arms, she kicked off her pink heels, then shifted on my lap to straddle me. She faced me, her arms coming to rest on my shoulders. Her dress hiked up, giving me a glimpse of her smooth thighs, and when her pussy brushed against my hard length, I couldn't contain my groan.
Okay, what do you want to talk about? She asked,
rolling her hips forward. If she hadn't told me she was a virgin, I'd swear she knew exactly how to seduce a man.
I know how to put a condom on. I know the first time might hurt and there might be blood.
Her nose scrunched.
And I'm clean.
I'm clean too. I claimed her lips, tasting cinnamon. She tasted like fucking perfection, and the knowledge that I'd be the first to have her filled me with the desperate need to own her completely utterly. Her lips settled on mine, and her breasts pushed against me as she gripped me like she never wanted to let go. I pulled away slightly, finding her lips swollen as she panted. "We do this, and you're mine," I growled. "Forever." She nodded eagerly, too eagerly. "You understand, there'll be no other man for you?" She nodded. "Ever," I emphasized.
Just you, Eamon. Now please just kiss me. Touch me before I die.
I chuckled at her honesty. I loved that she didn't hide behind a mask with me. She gave me everything, but also demanded it in return. I took her mouth again, nipping her bottom lip gently. I kissed her, feeling her part and welcome. Our tongues danced to the ancient rhythm, and she made the smallest moan. I swallowed it, relishing in her responsiveness. It was intoxicating. Reaching for the hem of her dress, I broke our kiss and pulled it over her head. She was left in only a pink lacy thong and a lacy bra that made my cock stir painfully, eager for more. "You are so beautiful." The gruffness of my voice had Raina looking up and searching my face. Her pale skin seemed even paler against mine. We were like polar opposites, but somehow life kept bringing us together, like magnets pulled to one another. Her dainty fingers reached for the buttons on my shirt and started working them.
"You're more beautiful,"
she murmured, leaning forward and pressing small kisses on my neck. Her cinnamon scent wafted into my nose. I couldn't wait to taste every inch of her skin. Her small palms trailed down my chest and my abs, down to my belt.
"And so strong."
"Lie down." She obeyed with such eagerness, my lips twitched. She reclined on the bed and watched me from under those long lashes as I pushed off my shoes and discarded my pants. The way her eyes roamed over my body shamelessly had my cock twitching in my boxers. Noticing the movement, her gaze darted to them. Her chest rose and fell, her tongue sweeping over her bottom lip.
"Are you going to leave those on?"
"For now." Her eyes lowered, taking in her bra and panties.
"Should I take these off?"
She reached behind, but I knelt on the bed and stilled her hand. "No, I want to do that." Her lips curved into a smile.
"Then you better do it, Eamon Leone, or I swear to God I'm going to start pleasuring myself while you sit there and watch."
Fuck. The image those words pushed into my mind threatened to make me explode. Where did that come from? I questioned. She shrugged her slim shoulders.
"Athena's smut, remember?"
I shot her an incredulous look, and she grinned.
"Sexy romance stories give so many ideas."
I cocked my eyebrows. "Really?"
"Yes."
Raina batted her eyelashes.
"And before you say anything, I'd like to remind you that I'm not underage anymore."
"Thank fucking God," I growled. She let out a giggle, and the sound filled me with warmth. I loved seeing her smile and laugh. I loved her carefree and open.
"I was starting to worry that you were going to insist on us just fooling around,"
she murmured, her cheeks still stained red.
"You're too patient."
"I'm anything but," I rasped. "I just want to do right by you." Her fingers trailed over my shoulder, almost as if she couldn't stop touching me. I understood the feeling. It was how I felt. I wanted her in my space, in my world, breathing my oxygen always.
"You're wonderful to me,"
she murmured.
"I want to do right by you too."
Fuck. Such simple words, and she stole another piece of me so effortlessly. I bent my head and drew her nipple into my mouth through the lace of her bra. She arched off the bed, her fingers gripping my hair. I could live off her moans. I unclipped her bra, letting it fall soundlessly to the floor. I let my eyes trail over her stunning body, down to her panties, until she eagerly lifted her hips, signaling for me to take them off. I lifted her from where she was straddling me and laid her gently on the bed. Hooking my fingers over the material, I pulled them down her slim legs until I reached her pink-painted toes. It wasn't long before the panties joined her bra on the floor. Then, finally, I lowered my face to her pussy and kissed it. Her gasp filled the space, and I lifted my eyes to meet her wide gaze. She watched me with parted lips and an innocence in her eyes, but she didn't close them, like she didn't want to miss anything. Is this okay?
Yes.
I was right. She smelled and tasted like cinnamon. Absolutely irresistible. I parted her legs wider and hooked them over my shoulders. The scent of her arousal was intoxicating, and when I licked her folds, Raina's hands shot back to my hair. Her fingers shook as I used the tip of my tongue to circle her clit. I wedged my palms under her firm ass and kissed her pussy again, applying more pressure while I watched her face, drinking in the signs of her pleasure. I kept kissing her tight opening, my lips brushing her soft folds. I lapped her juices up like it was the last meal I'd ever have. She moaned, her fingers twitching, and I repeated the movement. She gasped. I fucking loved her taste. She grew wetter and squirmed under me as I sucked her pussy lips lightly. I took my time exploring what she enjoyed, her body so responsive it made my cock twitch, eager for her tightness. My eyes burned into her as I sucked at her clit. She dug her fingers into my hair, grinding against my mouth and moaning seductively.
Please.
She breathed. With the next tug of my lips, I slid one finger inside her and started moving it in and out, sucking her clit all the while. It didn't take long for her to unravel, her eyes hazing with pleasure. It was the most beautiful sight. She ground herself against my mouth, riding out her pleasure, and I let her. Her hips moved shamelessly against me, taking all I was giving her. Fuck yes, just like that. I growled against her pussy, lapping up her juices like a man starved. I raised my head and watched her body shudder with pleasure as I kept pumping my finger in and out of her. I slid in another, bumping them in and out of her tight pussy. My dick was painfully hard, eager to feel those walls clenching around me. Her blonde curls were spread around her head, her legs spread. She looked like a fallen angel, ready and willing for the devil to have his way with her. Getting rid of my boxers, I moved up her body, spreading her legs and lining my cock up to her hot entrance. The sensation of her hot pussy against my cock was heaven on earth. When my finger closed around her nipple, tugging it, she arched her back, and I let my tip glide over her opening. She gasped. I groaned. Trust shone in her eyes as she held my gaze, and I relished in her moans as I kissed my way from the soft skin on her neck to her mouth. You taste like cinnamon, I murmured against her lips. My favorite flavor. Her blue eyes pulled me into their depths, her hips arching against me, and her pussy pressing against my cock. Of their own will, my hips shifted forward, and I slid effortlessly inside her. Her nails dug into my skin, her face a mixture of pleasure and pain. I stilled. Did I hurt you? She shook her head.
No, I just feel full.
Want me to stop? I gritted. The grip of her inner walls, even though I was barely an inch inside her, brought a blinding wave of pleasure. I knew how it would feel for me, but I still grappled with the guilt of hurting her.
No.
She panted, her skin flushed.
Maybe you should just push all the way in.
My cock twitched at that offer, but I'd rather slice it off than do that. No, we'll ease into it. Her eyes lowered to where our bodies aligned, watching my hard length inside her. Fuck, at this rate, I'd spill before I filled her to the hilt. Just keep your eyes on me. She did as she was told, her eyes shining with desire and so much love. I ran my fingers down her side before gripping her thighs and parting her wider from me. I eased my cock deeper into her, and she tensed.
Eamon, please.
I didn't know if she was begging me to stop or to thrust, but I moved my hand between us and rubbed her clit, hoping to ease the sting. Her lips parted, pleasure flickering on her beautiful face. She moaned, thrusting her hips upward, so my cock slid in deeper. Then I thrust all the way in, breaking through her hymen. Raina arched under me, pain flashing in her eyes, and I stilled. Fuck, baby, I'm sorry. I petted her body, nuzzled her neck, kissed her lips. I trailed my fingers down her side and along her hip, back up to her breasts. She pressed against me, breathing harshly against my throat, her body trembling. It's over now. She shook her head.
I know enough that it isn't.
It can be, I offered. I couldn't even believe the words left me, but I meant them. I'd rather cut off my dick than hurt her. Pressing a kiss to my chin, she whispered,
Just give me a second to adjust.
My chest tightened. Fuck, I'd give her eternity if she asked. Her fingers came up to my shoulders, stroking my shoulder blades. I found her lips and kissed her, my body pressed against her. Her walls clung tightly around my cock, and when she arched, we both groaned at the same time. Her breathing was ragged. I panted with the need to pound into her. Her lips were swollen, and her eyes shimmered like the ocean under clear blue skies.
Can you?
I slid deeper into her. She tensed, and I knew this part would hurt the most. I moved my hips slowly and gently, my cock hard as a rock. Raina stroked my back, urging me on. I watched her expression as I picked up my pace with small and shallow thrusts. She bit into her lower lip, discomfort still there, but there was also a hesitant flicker of pleasure. My pleasure coiled tighter as I slid in and out of her tight pussy. My muscles quivered, demanding I go faster and harder, but I ignored it. I wanted Raina's pleasure first and foremost. I shifted the angle and thrust deeper. She moaned, her eyes widening. Are you okay?
Yes.
She whimpered.
That felt so good.
Kissing her temple, I thrust forward and slid all the way in. I thrust the same way again, and Raina's lips parted, her eyes hazed with lust. She might have been a virgin, but she was the seductress here. I kissed her parted lips, thrusting in and out of her, the pulsating need in my balls, burning with the desire I could see in her eyes. I shuddered out of breath, trying to stay still, while also pretty sure her walls were going to milk my cock any second now. Fuck, she was tight. Raina, how are you? She looked at me.
Okay.
She said shakily.
It feels good.
I stroked her cheek and began to move, tentative thrusts which grew gradually more frenzied. My movements hit deeper, and her nails dug into me, blazing trails along my skin. Her moans grew louder, encouraging me, clenching around my balls. Her pussy felt like paradise, and I never wanted to leave. She tensed, so I slowed my thrusts.
Don't stop, Eamon.
She panted, telling me exactly what she thought about that.
Please.
I snapped. There was no stopping now. My thrusts sped up, and pleasure radiated in my balls. It didn't take long for me to reach my tipping point. My body tightened, my movements becoming jerky, and my balls expanding, and I shot my cum into her. My cock twitched and twitched as I shuddered above her, feeling her palms stroking my back and her warm breath fanning my neck. I pressed my forehead into her shoulder.
Thank you,
she whispered. I searched her flushed face. What for? It couldn't be for giving her a second orgasm, because I definitely hadn't.
For being patient and gentle.
I kissed her throat softly, my cock still pulsing inside her pliable body. I could feel her pulse throb under her skin, our scents mixing together. I carefully slid out of her and pulled her toward me, wrapping my arms around her. She lifted her head, searching my face.
Was it good for you?
I let out a strangled laugh. She was worried whether it was good for me when she was the one who'd bled. Yes, and I promise it won't be as painful next time. I nuzzled her neck. I'm sorry I hurt you. She let out a dreamy sigh.
You didn't.
She sucked in a breath, and I stilled above her as she glanced down between our bodies. An alert shot through me.
Oh, shit.
In my sex-infused brain, it took me a second to realize what she was looking at. My cum and her blood. Fuck, I muttered. I was so lost and lust-filled, I forgot the condom. I never forgot it, never went bareback. Are you on the pill? The expression on her face was my answer. Don't worry, I assured her, although I was worried too. It was her first time, it wasn't mine. I should have been smarter. I slid off the bed, then moved to the bathroom, returning with a warm washcloth. I sank down beside the woman who'd changed my view on life and gently parted her legs. I wiped her swollen pussy with even strokes, stopping only when her skin glistened.
I'm sorry,
she croaked, and I found her blue eyes shimmering with worry.
I even had a condom in my stupid wallet.
I threw away the washcloth before pressing my palm against her lower belly. Don't apologize. I lost my head. It was irresponsible on my part. She shook her head, opening her mouth no doubt to contradict me. If something comes of it, we'll handle it together.
But...
Together, Cinnamon Girl. I'd protect this girl, my woman, at any cost. even if it meant burning down the world.
47. Raina. The early morning light cast soft shadows on the room as I registered a heavy arm on me. The familiar heat and scent pressed against me. I shifted so I could see him. The morning sunlight filtered through the yacht's windows, throwing soft shadows on Eamon's face and highlighting his sharp cheekbones. Silk sheets rumpled around his waist, giving me a view of his smooth, tanned skin stretching over his sculpted shoulder muscles and lean waist. His deep V cut beneath the sheets, an invitation to pick up my exploration of him. I forced my gaze up only to find his eyes waiting for mine. His look of pure male satisfaction sent butterflies erupting in my stomach.
Morning, beautiful.
Heat crawled over my cheeks. Morning, I said breathlessly, pushing my wild curls behind my ear.
You look good in that shirt.
Sometime in the night, Eamon slipped his Cambridge College shirt on me. It fell mid-thigh, and when his eyes traveled down my body, they darkened. The heat spread from my face and down my body.
Are you sore?
Not too bad, I said softly. He regarded me with dark, hooded eyes. The clock ticked with a deafening sound, and the t-shirt suddenly felt too heavy. The butterflies took flight again, soaring so high the velvety tips of their wings brushed my heart. My pulse drummed in my ears. I smoothed a clammy hand over my thigh, unsure what to do next. It was a novelty, waking up with a man in the bed. Tentatively, I raised my hand to touch him, but then left it hanging, unsure if it was okay. He took my hand and pressed my palm to his sculpted chest. The heat of his skin burned in the best way possible. I loved touching him, exploring his muscular body. Slowly, I trailed my fingers lower down his ripped stomach, following the trail of hair to his pelvis until my fingertips brushed his base. A low groan vibrated from Eamon as I watched his cock harden under my gaze. His muscles tensed as he took a deep breath, regarding me with a hooded expression and lust in his eyes. I pushed up and straddled his thigh, delirious with the way he admired my body. "Is this okay?" I asked. He reached for the hem of my shirt and pulled it over my head, leaving me bare for him.
It is now.
My nipples hardened under his scrutiny, and he reached for one, rolling it between his thumb and index finger. My back arched, pushing into his warm touch. That sweet spot throbbed, and I felt a trickle of arousal coat my inner thigh. I wet my lips before I touched his length, exploring it. Then I curled my fingers around his base, feeling him harden further under my touch. His strong thigh pressed up to my still sensitive center, and I ground myself against him, biting my lip at the sensation between my thighs and his hands playing with my breasts, the pain from last night all but forgotten. His hands trailed down my body and sent goosebumps scattering. My skin looked pale against his golden glow. I pumped his cock, studying his reaction. Nothing. He remained still except for the deep rumble in his chest. My heart hammering, I flicked a hesitant look at him. His fingers tightened on my thighs. In encouragement or anticipation, I wasn't sure. And his eyes grew so dark I could see his soul reflected in them. I bent down, anticipation fluttering and flaring in every nerve ending as I took his tip into my mouth. He hissed through his teeth and cupped the back of my head, his fingers raking through my hair, moving it to the side.
Fuck,
he gritted, his head falling back. I hollowed my cheeks as I sucked him lightly, trying to accommodate his length in my mouth as my hand worked his base. I'd read a few of Athena's descriptive oral sex scenes, but it was poor guidance for the real thing. My moves weren't practiced, and I felt like I was failing until I heard Eamon hiss.
That's it.
His hips shifted, his fingers flexing in my scalp.
Look at me when you suck my cock.
My gaze flicked to him, finding him watching. It wasn't that I never took Eamon for being bossy. I knew he was. But something about his demanding tone and crude words set flames to my body in a way only he could extinguish. His fingers tightened in my hair as he guided my head further down. His hips thrust up, pushing himself deep enough to hit the back of my throat. I yielded to his pumps, taking as much of him as he demanded, his hand firm on my head. At every upward thrust, I ground myself against his thigh, seeking my own satisfaction. I was so aroused, drunk on Eamon's hungry expression, that I feared he could ask anything of me, and I would gladly do it. Without a warning, he pulled out of my mouth on a groan and rolled me over, my back hitting the mattress. A small squeal escaped me, my brows pulled together. Why did you do that? You didn't finish.
I'll finish inside your pussy.
Holy shit. Why was filthy talk out of my boyfriend's mouth so hot?
But first, it's time for my breakfast.
What? The moment his calloused palms ran down my thighs, spreading them, I understood his reference. I flushed, remembering how it felt having his mouth on me last night. I watched him through half-lidded, lust-filled eyes, and the moment he pressed his face between my legs and inhaled, my head fell back on a sigh. His arms wrapped around my thighs, lifting them slightly, and then he licked me all the way from my ass to clit. A moan vibrated through the air as steam crawled through my blood, lighting me on fire. This felt so dirty, so inappropriate, but God, it felt so damn good.
You like that?
His voice was rough, deep.
Me licking your pussy?
Yes. A deep sound of satisfaction came from his throat. Please, more, I breathed. The hot sweep of his tongue followed, sending a violent shiver through me. A mindless haze filled me, leaving nothing but lust in its wake. Like a burning star, I was about to burn out as he licked me everywhere he could reach. My hips rolled beneath his mouth, each wave increasing the throbbing, empty ache between my thighs. I needed him to ease that ache, to fill this emptiness. I yanked his hair as hard as I could, and he finally gave me his attention. His eyes were as dark as the universe, and only their stars could show me the way. I need more, I begged. As if he understood exactly what I needed, he tightened his arms around my thighs. Then he crawled over me, licking and nipping my stomach and breasts as he did. His body covered mine, blissfully, warm weight, making my skin sing with satisfaction. He kissed my neck while bracing his hands on either side of my head.
Are you sure you're not sore?
My hand slid down his smooth back. When my palms settled on his abs, he closed his eyes, his jaw tightening.
God help me if you are,
he gritted. Not too bad, I murmured, kissing his neck. I slid my hand down until I cupped his erection. His forehead fell to rest on mine, and a rumble escaped him. He pressed himself into my palm. This empty ache is worse. My heartbeat fluttered in anticipation. He was hot and big and hard and so utterly masculine, I knew it'd be worth a little pain. The rush of longing in his eyes matched the one in my body, and I was determined to see this through. I want it, I breathed. So bad, Eamon.
Oh, fuck.
He groaned as his hand cupped the side of my face.
Ask me nicely, cinnamon girl.
He nipped my jaw, then eased the sting with a lick. My lower stomach filled with warmth and a pulse bloomed between my legs. His cock still in my palm, I gently tugged it and whispered in his ear, Please give me your cock. I guided his length to my entrance when he gritted.
Wait.
He reached for a condom on the side table, then tore it open with his teeth. It was a good thing one of us kept our reason this time. His eyes were lazy and dark, and my face burned as I watched him grab his erection at the base, ready to roll it on. The action was so primal, so surprisingly hot, something burned to life inside of me. Can I do it? He handed me the wrapper, and I rolled it over his length before straddling his hips again. I wanted at least a little bit of control, and much to my delight, he allowed it. Resting my hands on either side of him, I leaned forward and kissed his throat. I was all over him, running my hands over his biceps, pecs, and into his hair. I kissed his throat with tongue, nipped at his earlobe, and sucked on his neck. I love you. His hand cupped the back of my head, his fingers lacing through the strands.
I love you too, cinnamon girl. Now ride my cock.
He fisted the hair at my nape, and I pulled back with half-lidded eyes. My breasts brushed his chest, sending ripples of pleasure through me as I let the feel of him wash over me, swallowing me whole. I ground down on his erection. I dropped my head and dug my fingers into his shoulders as I rolled my hips. using his chest for leverage and rubbing my wetness up and down his length. He groaned so deeply I could feel it vibrate through his chest. The head of his erection slipped inside of me, the size of him overpowering my senses. My fingers curled on his abs as I sank onto him another inch, stinging at his size. Eamon gripped my hips when I tried to sink farther.
Wait, baby. No rush.
A heavy exhale left me. He read my body like a book. The pain faded into a delicious fullness, and we both watched as I slid down until he disappeared inside me, a throaty sigh escaping my swollen lips. I was so full it burned, and Eamon stared at where we were joined with a dark look rivaling obsession. And then, with a growl, he tossed me onto my back and pulled out, only to thrust all the way inside of me. I cried out, my back arching off the bed. He remained so deep inside me I could feel him everywhere. One hand braced on the bed, and his other cradling my head, his chest moved against mine. His ragged breaths fanned my neck while we remained still, watching each other. His lips pressed against my ear.
I'll never have enough of this,
he hissed, his teeth clenching.
I'll never have enough of you, Cinnamon Girl. You're mine now.
Yours, I breathed, shivering at his deep voice. He nuzzled my neck. His kisses were warm and smooth, but he held me by a fistful of hair at my nape. And then he started moving. My body molded into his, accommodating his every thrust. He fucked me hard. The heavy weight of him was unrelenting as his skin slapped against mine. The intensity of it stole my breath. Every thrust kindled a spark inside me that only the next thrust could sate. My nails dug into his biceps and a small shudder rolled under his skin. He talked while he screwed, right against my ear in a deep rasp.
You take it so good,
he praised.
So wet for me.
Every time his pelvis ground against mine, molten heat spread from my clit outward, and a throaty moan escaped my lips. I was nothing but heat and flame and pleasure for him to use as he wanted.
Fuck, you feel so good.
He groaned in my ear. The words sank into my skin and filled every space of my heart and soul. I whimpered. I shuddered. I moaned.
Your greedy pussy is strangling my cock.
I wanted to please him. I wanted to make him feel good and be everything he needed and wanted. My moans became louder. I couldn't control them. He brought a hand to my mouth and covered it with his palm, while the other remained fisted in my hair. I bit into his palm, muffling my moans. His roughness shouldn't have felt so good, yet it did. It was addictive. Maybe it was because I trusted him to keep me safe. Or maybe it was something I needed all along, to be dominated. The orgasm that came was so violent it sent a shudder through me. Heat pulsed in my lower stomach before branching out in tingles. Black dots blurred my vision. I was free falling. When I came down, it was to him, motionless inside of me, watching me with a gaze dark as night. He rested his forehead against mine, and the look in his eyes resembled madness, the kind I felt in my soul.
Who fucks you?
He growled. I shivered. You too, Eamon. A rumble of satisfaction erupted from his chest. His lips hovered above my own.
That's right. You let another man touch you, and I'll kill him.
That shouldn't make me smile. Ditto, I murmured, kissing his lips. Another woman touches you, and I'll kill her. A slow thrust and a tense breath, his lips pressed against mine, sliding and licking and biting, wet and messy and rough.
It's a deal, my Cinnamon Girl.
Then he thrust deeper, with an intimacy that made my eyes burn. It left me exposed, but I didn't care. Not that I could escape it anyhow. Not with his fist in my hair and his body on mine. I wanted to give him everything and take his everything. The warmth that blossomed in my chest clung to him and locked him in my heart, forever, throwing away the key.
48. Eamon. It took a good amount of convincing on Raina's part to her sister and her girlfriends to send them ahead to Paris. Dante took them to the train station, while I kept Raina with me just a bit longer.
So we'll fly to Paris? And then what?
She asked, as I opened the door to my convertible Lamborghini for her.
And please, can we drive to the airport with the top down?
Her short dress hiked up, giving me a perfect view of her smooth thighs, and my dick instantly stirred. I was insatiable around her. I could fuck her day and night and still not have enough. Each taste made a bigger addict out of me. I didn't give a shit. For the first time in my life, it felt like the tight, dark spaces in my chest were starting to crack, letting the light in. And it had everything to do with this girl. She was my light.
Eamon?
She stared at me with those blue eyes that stole my fucking breath every single time.
Is everything okay?
Yes, I assured her. I didn't want to tell her I was daydreaming. It seemed to only happen around her. We'll take my plane to Paris, and once there, I want to show you my place. Her cheeks flushed pink.
I'd love that.
I leaned in and took her mouth. Kissing her felt like living, and I wondered how ridiculous it would be to ask her to move in with me so I could kiss her every morning and every night. When I pulled away, her lips were plump, and her eyes hazed with desire and love. She loved me. No woman had ever given me her love so freely. I didn't even think it was possible. And it wasn't only her words, but her actions. It was like she wanted to give and to give, and like the greedy bastard I was, I took and took it all. Okay, Cinnamon Girl. I nipped her lip gently, marking her. Let's get to Paris, and then you're staying with me. Possibly forever. Her smile blinded me, and I couldn't resist another peck on her lips before shutting the door and going around to the driver's side. She was already connecting her phone to the Bluetooth and putting on her music.
Is this okay?
Anything for you. I put the car in drive and left my docked yacht in the rear view. As I drove through Monaco, I pondered how much things had changed in the past several weeks. The piece of paper my mother wanted and my revenge barely plagued my mind anymore. Instead, this girl consumed all my thoughts. I'd have to come clean to her father and my family sooner rather than later. My brows furrowed, remembering my mother's last words to me.
Romero won't approve, and neither will I.
They would have to. I'd collected enough favors over the years to shut down Romero's business for good. So if he wanted to maintain his position in Omerta, he'd cave, eventually. My mother was a different matter altogether. Maybe it was time to introduce the two women, so she'd see that Reina was nothing like her family. Mama could be stubborn when she wanted to be, but she'd come around. If Reina could make Dante smile, she could make my mother smile too. I flicked a glance to my girl to find her face tilted to the sun with a blissful expression. My lips tugged up, and any anguish toward my family and hers perished. The views that surrounded us had nothing on her. She was like a breath of fresh air, a flicker of sunshine breaking through stormy clouds. I knew giving her up wasn't an option. I came to a stoplight and admired her profile. The sun reflected in those long, wild curls, making them appear like spun gold. Her neck was a graceful curve, and she carried herself with the utmost confidence despite her age.
I love the top down.
Reina beamed, pushing her flying strands out of her face.
Phoenix and I have a Jeep back in California. I miss driving it.
Truthfully, driving with a top down was dumb as hell and dangerous in my profession, but I found myself unable to deny her anything. You two share a car? She nodded.
Yeah, we left for college shortly after I got my license. It seemed dumb to each have one when we only went home during holidays. Is this your first time in Monaco?
She asked, her eyes returning to study what was known as a playground for the rich and famous. Monaco, the beautiful little sovereign country located on the northern coast of the Mediterranean Sea. Despite it being the world's second smallest nation, it always buzzed with life and glittered with opulence. But underneath all that wealth, it hid corruption, much like any other city in the world. No, I owned a few